Chapter 3075. Peak rank 4_time passed quickly. In a flash, Jian Wushuang had stayed in the Young Divine sect for 30 years. In the manor, Baiju and Iceberg were sitting together, drinking tea. Iceberg, how many times has Heavenly Sword Marquis looked for you in the past 30 years? Baiju asked. 3 times, Iceberg replied. Only 3 times. Baiju raised his eyebrows. That shouldn't be the case. With your knowledge and cultivation of Sword Dao, it should be more than enough for you to guide Heavenly Sword Marquis. If it were any other genius of Sword Dao, with your painstaking guidance, they would definitely come to you frequently. In the past 30 years, it would be normal for them to come to you for guidance 100 times. But he only came to you 3 times? Sir, Heavenly Sword Marquis is very arrogant. In terms of Sword Dao, if it's an ordinary question that he can't understand in a short period of time, he will first try to study it himself and comprehend it in various ways. If he really can't comprehend it in a short period of time, he will come to me for guidance. Iceberg said, Is that so? Baiju nodded slightly. This little fellow doesn't want to rely too much on the guidance of others. That will cause him to become lazy. Only when it's truly important and crucial will he come to ask me. That's right. Furthermore, he came to look for me 3 times. The first time was during the 2nd year that we stayed in the Young Divine sect. The 2nd time was during the 5th year, and the 3rd time was during the 10th year. However, from the 10th year until now, a full 20 years have passed, and he still hasn't come to look for me, Iceberg said. Then, did you see anything from your 3 pointers? Baiju asked. Well, Iceberg frowned. A little, but not much. What do you mean? Baiju looked over. After 3 pointers, I can be sure that the Heavenly Sword Marquis understanding of sword principle and swordsmanship is indeed much better than what he showed us back then. Iceberg's voice was heavy. Take swordsmanship as an example. When we fought before, he only displayed 1 sword style. That sword style was called the instant of life and death. After this sword style was displayed, he stopped. At that time, he said that this sword style was the only one that he could show off. However, after 3 times of guidance, I discovered that he had created at least 2 other sword styles that were not inferior to instant of life and death. Moreover, those 2 sword styles each had their own characteristics, and were also very amazing. Oh! Baiju's expression changed. It seems that my guess is correct. This little guy is indeed hiding his skills and talent. What else? What else did you come up with? Baiju continued to ask. Nothing else. Iceberg shook his head. That Heavenly Sword Marquis is very cautious. He came to me for guidance only because of some problems in swordsmanship and swordsmanship. However, he only gave me guidance 3 times. Moreover, he has been hiding his skills all this time, so I didn't see too much of him. Is that so? Baiju's expression changed slightly. Now he comes to you for advice less and less. If you want to see his real strength through his advice, I'm afraid it's impossible. I have to think of another way. Another way? Iceberg looked over. In a real battle or a fight is enough to see a lot of things. Baiju smiled and then ordered, Iceberg, go and call your disciple over. Yes. Iceberg nodded. In the courtyard where Jian Wushuang lived. Jian Wushuang stood alone, holding the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. He closed his eyes, his breath was steady, and there was no movement at all. At this moment, phew! A breeze came, but Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, 2 electric lights shot out from his eyes. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand moved at the same time. Whoosh! The sword swept across, and a scarlet sword shadow burst out. The sword shadow was like the setting sun, the red light illuminating the world. But the setting sun was obviously incomplete. Wushuang's sword manual, Kanyang, buzz. The sword light swept across the void in front of him, instantly creating a large area of spatial ripples, which were all red in color. However, suddenly rumble. An endless killing power swept up. A huge space-time storm formed in an instant and began to crazily annihilate everything in the void. In just an instant, everything in the void in front of Jian Wushuang was annihilated without leaving a trace. Jian Wushuang had spent a lot of time comprehending and studying each of the 7 sword techniques in the Wushuang sword manual. Many of the sword techniques were the inspirations he had found from studying countless profound and unfathomable sword techniques in the Bodhi world. For example, there were 9 sword techniques in the 9th heaven of the illusory sword, which seemed to be performed at the same time. Each move was faster and stronger than the last. It was a wonderful sword technique that used speed to suppress the opponent. As for the sword technique of Kanyang, it was the result of Jian Wushuang's perfect combination of his swordsmanship and the comprehension of the space-time principles. He had reached the 3rd stage of the comprehension of space-time principles. At this stage, he had mastered space-time annihilation. The afterimage was a perfect combination of swordsmanship and space-time annihilation, complementing each other. The swordsmanship was powerful, while the space-time annihilation was hidden in the swordsmanship. It could burst out a terrifying power in a short period of time and deal a devastating blow to the opponent. I almost didn't use my own divine power in this sword attack. I only relied on swordsmanship and space-time principles, but it still caused such a big commotion. Jian Wushuang looked at the space in front of him that had been completely annihilated. His eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He did not use his divine power. Once his divine power was fully unleashed, his move could definitely destroy the world. Judging from the power of my swordsmanship, the first move of the setting sun should have reached the peak of the 4th rank by now, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He had stayed in the Young Divine sect for 30 years. During these 30 years, he had been focusing on studying the gold-splitting secret manual. After 30 years of studying it, he had achieved remarkable results. Not only had his comprehension of space-time principles improved greatly, but his swordsmanship had also improved greatly. In addition, his swordsmanship had also improved greatly. There were 7 sword techniques in the Wushuang sword manual, including Shixiang, Star Dream, Kanyang Emperor's Blood Kill, Life and Death Instant, 9th Heaven of Illusionary Sword, and finally Blood Azura. Previously, these 7 sword techniques had just reached the level of a 4th level absolute art. However, in the past 30 years, all 7 sword techniques had made breakthroughs. Now, these 7 sword techniques had reached the level of a peak 4th level absolute art, and their power had improved a lot. This meant that his own strength had also improved a lot. In just 30 years, I have made such great progress not only because of the gold-splitting secret manual, but also because of the 3-pointers from Sword Saint Iceberg. He has helped me a lot, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. At this moment, Mr. Heavenly Marquis. Chapter 3076. The Genius Feast, Mr. Heavenly Marquis. As the voice rang out, 5 figures flew over from the void in front of Jian Wushuang and landed in front of him. These 5 people were Bai Xiao and the other 3 genius disciples from the Dao Palace. The other Zhu Luo was also among them. Brother Heavenly Marquis. Zhu Luo also called out. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, we are going to participate in the Genius Feast of the First Heaven. Do you want to join us? Bai Xiao said. Genius Feast? What Genius Feast? Jian Wushuang asked. This Genius Feast is jointly organized by the 3 pavilions, the 9 courtyards, and the 12 divine sections. It's held once every 5,000 years. Every time it's held, countless experts in the first heaven who have reached the level of a first-level true saint will flock to it. They will compete in the feast and make a name for themselves, Bai Xiao said. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had experienced too many things in his 2 lives. He had experienced such a genius feast many times, and he had even participated in it several times. Therefore, a genius feast like this one held in the first heaven could not make him excited. "You go, I want go," Jian Wushuang said. "Mr. Heavenly Marquis," Bai Xiao said immediately, "the genius feast of the first heaven is very large scale. There are countless geniuses coming. Those who get a good ranking in the genius competition will not only receive a lot of rewards, but most importantly, many top forces in the divine beginning world will also pay attention to this genius feast. For example, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect, and even the mysterious Temporal Temple, as well as some sects from the second and third heaven. This is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself in the divine beginning world. Reward. Reward? Famous in the divine beginning world. Jian Wushuang smiled. Reward? A genius feast attended by a first-level true saint could only reward him with some sacred elixirs or powerful holy treasures. He did not lack holy elixirs. He still had 9 universe crystals. Any one of them could be exchanged for a huge amount of sacred elixirs, which was enough for him to use for a long time. As for holy treasures, he did not need them anymore. He had gotten 4 opportunities in Blood North's Heaven Secret Region, and Blood North had given him 2 special treasures. One was an ice and fire dragon ruler, and the other was a ruler seal. The former was a domain-type true treasure, and the latter was a treasure that was worth as much as a true treasure. Any of these 2 treasures could be exchanged for countless holy treasures, not to mention the map of mountains and rivers. As for being famous in the divine beginning world, first of all, he did not care about such fame. Secondly, he was targeted by the power of the will of heaven. The 3 masters of the saint realm were looking for him at all times. How could he go to the genius feast and make a name for himself? He was courting death. "You guys go." Jian Wushuang waved his hand again. He was really not interested. Mr. Heavenly Marquis. Bai Xiao's expression changed slightly. At this time, Ju Luo said, "Brother Heavenly Marquis, this genius feast is indeed a rare event. There are many geniuses and experts who will attend it. I will also attend it. You just came from the endless territories and have not fully adapted to the environment of the third heaven. If you attend the genius feast at this time, you can really experience the level of geniuses in the third heaven. Even if you don't want to participate, it's good to see it." Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He glanced at Ju Luo and finally nodded after a long while. "You're right. Although I'm not interested in this genius feast, it's good to see it. In that case, let's go." Jian Wushuang also felt that he had been in the first heaven for 30 years, and he could not keep cultivating. Now that he had the opportunity to broaden his knowledge, it was a good choice to go and have a look. "Let's set off immediately." Ju Luo nodded. Bai Xiao and the others were also quite happy. Soon they set off directly. In the first heaven, there was a natural secret realm called the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm. The genius feast was in the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm. Jian Wushuang and the others had already arrived at the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm. However, when they arrived at the Mystic Realm, they saw countless people. So many people. Jian Wushuang looked at the countless people in front of him. "This is too many." Ju Luo exclaimed. "The genius banquet in the first heaven is held only once every 5,000 years. It's a large-scale event. For many genius experts, this is a chance to make a name for themselves. Most importantly, this banquet will attract the attention of many sects and forces. In the past, many outstanding geniuses would proudly join those sects and forces. For example, several geniuses from the previous year joined the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces and Tao Palace. Therefore, whether it's to become famous or to join the top forces, many rank 1 true saints from certain forces will come to participate in this feast. Conservatively speaking, there should be at least tens of thousands of rank 1 true saints participating in this genius feast," Bai Xiao said. "Tens of thousands of people." Even though Jian Wushuang was shocked, he soon understood. A rank 1 true saint was definitely a top expert in the endless territories. In some small territories, he could even be considered a king, but in the third heaven, he seemed ordinary. There were countless experts in the divine beginning world, so it was not a big deal for tens of thousands of rank 1 true saints to participate in this genius feast. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, since you're already here, why don't you go and register like junior brother Jiu Luo? Bai Xiao said. Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment and then nodded. Okay. Bai Xiao was immediately delighted. When he saw that Jian Wushuang was not interested in the genius feast, he thought that Jian Wushuang would not participate in it. However, he still casually mentioned it. He did not expect Jian Wushuang to agree to it now. It's good that he agreed. Only if he agrees to participate in the genius feast will the plan prepared by Master not be in vain. Bai Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Jian Wushuang and Jiu Luo had already gone to the registration place. The registration place was in front of a towering black tower. The black tower was pitch black, 10 stories high, and exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. At this moment, a large number of people were gathered in front of the tower. Many rank 1 true saints who were going to participate in the genius feast were lining up there. Jian Wushuang and Jiu Luo followed behind them. The process of the line was very fast. In a moment, it was their turn. Chapter 3077 10-Star Pagoda. The Genius Feast is a gathering of many top geniuses in the first heaven, but not all first-level true saints can participate in it. Before participating in the Genius Feast, you have to go through a round of assessment, which is the 10-Star Pagoda behind me. There are 10 levels in the 10-Star Pagoda, and each level is more difficult than the last. To participate in the Genius Feast, you have to pass the 5th level at the very least. A person in charge of the registration office said. Jiu Luo, you go ahead first, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Jiu Luo nodded and went straight into the pitch-black tower. Jiu Luo did not stay in the 10-Star Pagoda for long. During this time, the 1st to the 5th level of the tower soon emitted a burst of dazzling light. It meant that Jiu Luo had passed the 5th level, and soon the 6th floor also burst out with a bright light. The 6th floor, countless first-rank true saints raised their heads to look at the pitch-black pagoda. The 10-Star Pagoda was extremely difficult. Ordinary first-rank true saints would find it extremely difficult to pass the 5th floor. As for passing the 6th floor, one had to be an extremely powerful first-rank true saint. There were not many experts who had signed up to participate in this genius banquet. At this moment, the 7th level of the Black Tower suddenly emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm burst into an uproar. The 7th level, that person just now actually passed the 7th level. So powerful! It has been 2 months since the start of this genius banquet. Although many people have passed the 5th or 6th level of the 10-Star Pagoda, there are still pitifully few people who have passed the 7th level. In total, there are probably only a few dozen people. If he can pass the 7th level of the 10-Star Pagoda, he will definitely make it to the end of the Genius Feast. A lot of whispers sounded. When Jiu Luo walked out of the 10-Star Pagoda, a lot of people looked at him with respect and envy. To be able to pass the 7th level of the 10-Star Pagoda, he was undoubtedly at the top of this Genius Feast. Jiu Luo, how do you feel? Jian Wushuang glanced at Jiu Luo. I'm fine. The first 6 levels are easy for me, but the 7th level gives me a certain amount of pressure. As for the 8th level, the opponents I met there are much stronger than me. I can't pass it at all, Jiu Luo said directly. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Jiu Luo was a rank 1 true saint, but his battle strength was comparable to a rank 2 true saint. In terms of talent, he was extremely high. It was normal for him to be able to pass the 7th level of the 10-Star Pagoda. Brother Heavenly Marquis, it's your turn. I can pass the 7th level. With your strength, it's easy for you to pass the 8th level. It shouldn't be a problem for you to pass the 9th or even the 10th level, Jiu Luo said. 9th level? 10th level? Jian Wushuang smiled. After a while, he entered the 10-star pagoda. Once he entered the 10-star pagoda, Jian Wushuang came to an independent space. A towering figure stood in front of him. This was the opponent he was going to face on the first level of the 10-star pagoda. Challenger, defeat me and you can go to the next level, the towering figure said coldly. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and soon made his move. In the 10-star pagoda, Zhu Luo and many other geniuses were waiting quietly. Many people's eyes were fixed on the 10-star pagoda. A moment after Jian Wushuang entered the 10-star pagoda, the first floor burst out with a dazzling light. Then the second floor, the third floor, the fourth floor, all the way to the 6th floor. All of them took only a short time to pass through. Then it was the 7th floor. Jian Wushuang seemed to have stopped for a while at the 7th floor. The light on the 7th floor only lit up after a long time. After passing the 7th floor, Jian Wushuang walked out of the 10-star pagoda. The 7th floor again. These two people have passed the 7th floor, and it's obvious that they know each other. Where did these two geniuses come from? Are they from the same sect? The surrounding people were full of curiosity. Jian Wushuang returned to Zhu Luo. Brother Heavenly Marquis, you didn't try hard, right? Otherwise, with your strength, how could you only pass the 7th level? Zhu Luo looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange look. It's just a test at the registration office. It's enough to pass. There's no need to show off too much, Jian Wushuang said. Zhu Luo shrugged and said nothing more. In the void not far away, Bai Xiao and the 3 disciples from the Dao Palace saw everything. The Heavenly Sword Marquis didn't use his full strength at all, the red-haired man said. Yes. Bai Xiao nodded. If the 4 of us were to challenge the 10-star pagoda, any one of us would be able to pass the 8th level at the very least. If we're lucky, we might even be able to make it to the 9th level. The Heavenly Sword Marquis' sword techniques are clearly above mine. Furthermore, according to what Master said, he has always been concealing his skills and strength. Therefore, if he were to really use his full strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to make it to the 9th level. But he only passed the 7th level, said the beautiful woman in golden armor. There's no rush. Now that he has participated in the Genius Feast, he will definitely make a move. Well, watch carefully, Bai Xiao said. After passing the registration, Jian Wushuang and Zhu Luo waited in the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm for the start of the Genius Feast. They waited for another month. It took them 3 months to register. During these 3 months, many rank 1 true saints passed the test of the 10-star pagoda and participated in the Genius Feast. There were more than 20,000 people. Among these 20,000 rank 1 true saints, there were many talented geniuses. Soon, the Genius Feast officially began. The first round, the free-for-all. Every 100 people were grouped together to fight in the free-for-all. In the free-for-all, these true saints could use any method to fight. And during the fighting process, once their divine bodies collapsed, they would be considered eliminated, until there were only 10 people left in this 100 people. In other words, this free-for-all did not require one's strength to be very strong. One only needed to be able to survive in this free-for-all. In addition, there were rules in the Genius Feast. No one was allowed to use poison, which could restrain the immortal body. After all, this was just a Genius Feast. It was a contest between geniuses, but it was not a real battlefield. It was not a real life-and-death battle. The chaotic battle began one after another. Although Jian Wushuang and Zhu Luo signed up at the same time, they were not assigned to the same chaotic battle. Chapter 3078. Speed and movement skills underscore in the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm. A series of chaotic battles were going on. In one of the battlefields, a total of 100 rank 1 true saints were standing there, and Jian Wushuang was among them. Bai Xiao and the others were standing in the void near Jian Wushuang's battlefield. Just watch. Before, we couldn't see the scene inside the 10-star pagoda, but now, this is a real battle. Even if there is no life and death battle, we can still see a lot of things, Bai Xiao said. Yes, when Heavenly Sword Marquis fought with you, he defeated you with only one sword attack. This only means that his swordsmanship is very good, but doesn't mean anything else. After all, you agreed that you would only use the divine power of an ordinary, rank 1 true saint to compete in swordsmanship. But now the genius feast depends entirely on strength. He can use any means. His swordsmanship is stronger than yours, but no one knows the level of his overall combat strength, the red-haired man said. They were all very expectant of Jian Wushuang's strength. They were not the only ones who were curious. It was also a task assigned by the top 100 experts and Iceberg. It's starting! Bai Xiao suddenly shouted in a low voice. On the battlefield, 100 true saints were fighting head-on. A large number of tyrannical auras were mixed together. These true saints had already unleashed all of their strength. The entire battlefield was in chaos. However, Jian Wushuang did not move on this chaotic battlefield. He just stood there indifferently. Even the Blood Mountain sword did not appear in his hand. It was as if the chaotic battle around him had nothing to do with him. Kill! A fierce shout suddenly came from the void beside him. A strong man with golden hair, who looked like a brown bear, stared at Jian Wushuang with fierce eyes and attacked him directly. Boom! A huge iron hammer, with the power of thunder, directly hit Jian Wushuang's body. However, the iron hammer directly passed through Jian Wushuang's body, but it did not touch anything. What? The blond man was shocked and immediately turned to look around, only to find that Jian Wushuang had already appeared in the void beside him. His expression was still as cold as ever, and he had no intention of attacking. However, even if he did not attack, the blond man was still frightened. He's too fast. This kid is too fast. If he attacked just now, I wouldn't have time to react. Such a terrifying speed could easily crush me. I'd better find another opponent. The blond man was also smart. He knew that Jian Wushuang was not to be trifled with, so he immediately went to fight with other first-rank true saints. On the battlefield, everyone was engaged in a fierce battle, but Jian Wushuang was indifferent. Although there were people watching him and occasionally coming to kill him, he easily avoided them and there was no chance to fight him directly. He walked casually on the battlefield, but no one could touch the corner of his clothes. This speed is so fast. It is indeed a little too fast. Not only is it fast, but the most important thing is that its movement is strange. With such speed and movement, there is no need for him to fight on the battlefield. He just needs to wait until the battle is over and there are only 10 people left. Bai Xiao and the others who had been watching Jian Wushuang from the side could not help exclaiming when they saw the scene on the battlefield. They had wanted to see Jian Wushuang's true strength through his fight in the chaotic battle, but Jian Wushuang had never intended to fight. Indeed, more than half of the rank 1 true saints who had lost their divine bodies had been eliminated in the chaotic battle since the beginning, but no one had ever fought with Jian Wushuang. The rank 1 true saints on the battlefield seemed to have seen Jian Wushuang's speed and movement skills, so no one bothered him anymore. Everyone knew that with such terrifying speed and movement skills, Jian Wushuang could definitely survive until the end. There was no doubt about that. It seems impossible to see his actual strength from the first round of the battle. Bai Xiao's side, we can only look forward to the next round. If we can't, we'll wait until the third and final round. It's a one-on-one fight. We can only win if we defeat the opponent's divine body. At that time, he'll have to fight. Just wait. Bai Xiao and the others were very patient. Since Jian Wushuang had already participated in the Genius Feast, there were 3 rounds of it. Sooner or later, Jian Wushuang would have to fight. They just had to wait. On the battlefield, the chaotic battle had come to an end. Finally, any rank 1 true saint's divine body collapsed under the joint attack of 2 people. The chaotic battle was finally over. Of course, only 10 people were left, including Jian Wushuang. He stood in the void of the battlefield with his hands behind his back, looking calm and collected. The other 9 people were not as carefree as him. The 9 people were left after a fierce battle. The battle was very fierce, so they all looked a little embarrassed. After the first round of the Genius Feast, Jian Wushuang passed easily. As for Zhu Luo, his strength was among the best among the many rank 1 true saints who participated in the Genius Feast. In the first round of the chaotic battle, although he encountered some troubles, he still relied on his tyrannical strength to go to the end and pass the first round. The second round, the Road of Reincarnation. The Road of Reincarnation was 33,000 miles, containing layers of tests, and was extremely difficult. Originally, there were more than 20,000 rank 1 true saints who participated in the Genius Feast, but after the elimination of the first round of the chaotic battle, there were only more than 2,000 people left. These 2,000 people challenged the path of reincarnation together. The deadline was 10 days. After 10 days, the 100 people at the front could enter the third round. In 10 days, the 2,000 rank 1 true saints that stood out from the first round of chaotic battles struggled on the path of reincarnation. Each of them tried their best to walk further, but the path of reincarnation was indeed extremely difficult. After 10 days, the person who walked at the front and the farthest had only covered 25,000 miles. There were still 8,000 miles to go. Most of the others were between 15,000 and 20,000 miles. There were not many people who were between 20,000 and 25,000 miles. Among Jian Wushuang and Zhu Luo had covered 21,000 miles with great difficulty. He was ranked 81st among all the people. As for Jian Wushuang, he had barely covered 21,000 miles and was ranked 76th. Naturally, the two entered the third round smoothly. Chapter 3079. Duan Yu, this heavenly sword marquis, is really well hidden. In the first round of the chaotic battle, he easily passed by relying on his speed and movement techniques. In the second round of the path of reincarnation, he also kept his strength. He only walked 21,000 kilometers before he stopped, the red-haired man said in a low voice. It's fine. Let's wait for the third round. The third round is the most important. In addition, senior brother Xiong Tao has already passed the second round, and his ranking is close to his. If nothing goes wrong, the two of them will soon face each other in the third round. Once he faces senior brother Xiong Tao, it will be impossible for him to hold back, Bai Xiao said. When they heard senior brother Xiong Tao's words, the eyes of the red-haired man, the beautiful woman in golden armor, and the black-robed young man lit up. They were all rank 1 true saints from the Dao Palace, but they were only average among the rank 1 true saints in the Dao Palace. And Xiong Tao was widely recognized as the number 1 rank 1 true saint in the Dao Palace. This time, Xiong Tao had received a message from the top 100 talents and specially came to participate in the Genius Feast. Of course, he also hid his identity, so he hoped that he could have a fair fight with Jian Wushuang. He wanted to fight with Jian Wushuang for a legitimate reason. Once Xiong Tao fought with Jian Wushuang, it would be impossible for Jian Wushuang to hold back. Let's see. Bai Xiao and the other 3 were looking forward to it. The third round of the Genius Feast was a one-on-one round battle. The 100 geniuses who reached the third round would draw lots to decide the order of the battle. The first opponent Jian Wushuang drew was called Duan Yu. Duan Yu. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He knew this name because Duan Yu had caused quite a commotion in the second round of the Samsara Road. In the previous round of the Samsara Road, the only person who had made it to 25,000 miles was Duan Yu. He was ranked first in the second round of the Genius Feast. The second round of the Genius Feast depends on the overall strength of one person. Since Duan Yu is ranked first, it's not surprising that he should be the strongest in this Genius Feast. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, I didn't expect that the opponent I met in the third round would be the strongest in this Genius Feast. My luck is really good. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but he did not care at all. In the void beside him, haha, Heavenly Sword Marquis luck is really not good. His first opponent is Duan Yu. The red-haired man laughed loudly. I know Duan Yu. He comes from the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion among the 3 pavilions. He is the #1 genius of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. Although he is only a rank 1 true saint, it is said that his battle strength is much stronger than ordinary rank 3 true saints. In terms of strength, he is stronger than us, Bai Xiao said. Judging from the fact that he just broke through the reincarnation path, Duan Ye's strength is the strongest in this year's Genius Feast, except for Senior Brother Xiong Tao. It seems that Senior Brother Xiong Tao may not have to fight personally. Duan Yu alone can test the strength of Heavenly Sword Marquis, the black-robed young man said with a smile. The 4 of them focused their attention on the battlefield at the front. Jian Wushuang and Duan Yu had already appeared on the battlefield. After seeing Duan Yu, the surrounding spectators looked at Jian Wushuang with pity. This guy is really unlucky. His first opponent is Duan Yu. Duan Yu of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion is undoubtedly the strongest in this year's Genius Feast. Whoever meets him will be a tragedy. Let's see how long he can last in Duan Ye's hands. A large number of discussions were heard throughout the mystic realm without any concealment. Almost no one thought highly of Jian Wushuang. If there was only one person who thought highly of Jian Wushuang, it would be Jiu Luo. Brother Heavenly Marquis, come on, kill him. Jiu Luo roared, causing many people around him to roll their eyes. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and Duan Yu were facing each other from a distance. Your first opponent in the 3rd round is me. You are really unlucky. Duan Yu, a half-moon-looking young man in a long robe, crossed his arms and stared at Jian Wushuang with interest. Maybe. Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly. They'll give you a chance. Make your move. Duan Yu hooked his finger at Jian Wushuang. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. The Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand, and then he moved. As if he had teleported, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of Duan Yu, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand had been slashed out. Well, this speed! Duan Yu was slightly surprised, but a purple saber immediately appeared in his hand. The purple saber drew a purple shadow in the void and collided with Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword. Clang! With a sound of collision, a large amount of divine power crazily spread out in the surroundings. Duan Yu was originally calm, but when the weapons of both sides collided, his face suddenly sank and his body suddenly trembled. He raised his head in shock. However, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand became illusory, and he casually waved it. Whoosh! 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 Jian Wushuang waved it 9 times in a row and also displayed a total of 9 sword moves. Although he had displayed 9 sword moves at once, it gave people the feeling that he had only displayed 1 sword move. It was the 9th heaven of the illusory sword. The 9 sword shadows were all extremely hazy. They overlapped and gathered together. The moment they were unleashed, Duan Ye's expression changed drastically. Boom! A vast aura suddenly swept out from Duan Ye's body, and a large amount of purple divine thunder swept out. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell into a purple thunder hell. The thunder hell completely covered Jian Wushuang and Duan Yu, so that the spectators outside could not see what was going on inside. Only the crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard from the thunder hell, and the sound was very fast and dense. In fact, the battle between the two in the thunder hell was indeed very fierce. Jian Wushuang's 9th heaven of illusionary sword was like a single move, overlapping with each other. It was so fast that Duan Yu had to brandish his saber crazily to block Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. Block it! Block it! Duan Yu roared in his heart. Jian Wushuang's continuous 9 moves of swordsmanship increased the pressure on him. But suddenly, boom, thunder hell completely dispersed, and a large amount of purple divine thunder scattered in all directions. Once his body was blown away, he also retreated. The one who was blown away was Jian Wushuang. He wiped the corner of his clothes and then raised his left hand. I admit defeat. Chapter 3080. Ended underscore. What's going on? What happened just now? Heavenly Sword Marquis admitted defeat. Duan Yu won. As expected, the winner is still Duan Yu. The battle just now was so intense. I thought Duan Yu would lose. How is that possible? Duan Yu was the strongest in this genius banquet, and Heavenly Sword Marquis was only ranked 76th when he challenged the path of reincarnation. How could he be a match for Duan Yu? However, for him to be able to fight Duan Yu to this extent, he's not bad at all. The surrounding spectators were all discussing. They had just seen the huge thunder hell and heard the sounds of battle, but they did not know what was going on inside. Now that Jian Wushuang had admitted defeat, they naturally thought that Duan Yu had defeated Jian Wushuang head-on. However, what they did not know was that Duan Yu's face was extremely ugly. He stared at Jian Wushuang, who was walking out of the arena and could not calm down for a long time. At first, he did not take Jian Wushuang seriously, but in the actual fight, Jian Wushuang's strength completely shocked him, especially in Thunder Hell. When Jian Wushuang used the ninth heaven of illusory sword, his swordsmanship was unbelievably fast. Even if he tried his best, he was completely suppressed. The 9 sword shadows pressed down crazily. He could only withstand 7 sword strikes. He could not withstand the 8th sword at all. However, at this critical moment, Jian Wushuang suddenly stopped and retreated. What happened next was what everyone saw. Jian Wushuang admitted defeat. What happened? Duan Yu's eyes narrowed. Could it be that his swordsmanship was not perfect and he could only perform the 7th strike? No. Duan Yu immediately shook his head. I had a very clear feeling just now. I don't know if he could perform the 9th strike, but he did perform the 8th strike. It was about to hit my divine body, but he took it back at the critical moment. He lost on purpose. On purpose. Duan Yu clenched his fists at the thought of this. He wanted to ask Jian Wushuang to stop, but Jian Wushuang had already left the battlefield. This made him feel extremely aggrieved, but he had nowhere to vent it. This guy, Duan Yu took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and walked down after a long while. In fact, Jian Wushuang did lose on purpose. He lost on purpose because he thought it was meaningless to defeat Duan Yu. Too weak. Duan Yu is already recognized as the number 1 in this genius feast, but his strength is not even comparable to the 3 original palace geniuses I met in the White Bone region. This genius feast is really meaningless, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. In fact, the level of geniuses in this genius feast was not low. After all, this was the largest genius feast in the first heaven. There were many geniuses at the level of a rank 1 true saint, including some real geniuses. However, there was still a gap between geniuses and true geniuses. To put it bluntly, it could not be blamed that these geniuses were too weak. It should be said that Jian Wushuang was too strong and too abnormal. When he was in the endless territory, he was able to fight against a rank 4 true saint with the battle strength of a rank 1 true saint. Later, when he went to the Blood North secret area, he obtained a great fortune and great opportunity. His strength soared again. Now his battle strength had reached an extremely shocking level. Under such circumstances, the other geniuses naturally could not compare to him. In the void not far away, Bai Xiao and the other 3 gathered together. At this moment, their expressions were also somewhat unsightly. This Heavenly Sword Marquis actually lost? The red-haired man asked. He lost on purpose. Although Duan Yu is powerful, he is definitely not his match. He just doesn't want to reveal his strength, so he simply admitted defeat. Bai Xiao's voice was low and deep. This is troublesome. We specially invited Senior Brother Xiong Tao to participate in this genius banquet. hoping that senior brother Xiong Tao would be able to meet him at this banquet and then fight him one-on-one. Who would have thought that this heavenly sword marquis wouldn't even make a move at this genius banquet? And he directly admitted defeat. The black-robed youth said, "There's no other way. Since we can't meet him at the genius banquet, we can only let senior brother Xiong Tao take the initiative to challenge him." Bai Xiao said, "Take the initiative to challenge him?" Senior brother Xiong Tao was more arrogant than anyone else. He agreed to participate in the genius banquet this time because he gave face to the Lord of the 100 Talents. Why would he take the initiative to challenge a genius of the same level? It's almost impossible. Moreover, even if he were willing, the heavenly sword marquis might not agree, said the beautiful woman in golden armor. How would we know if we don't try? Bai Xiao shrugged. He had no choice. Xiong Tao was the number 1 first-level true saint in the Dao Palace. He was a true heaven's favored son. He was proud in his heart and had high standards. There were often geniuses in the Dao Palace who wanted to challenge Xiong Tao, but Xiong Tao could not be bothered with them because ordinary geniuses were not qualified for him to fight. Such a person wanted him to take the initiative to challenge a true saint of the first rank of the same rank? Of course it was difficult, unless that person's strength was really very good and could make Xiong Tao want to fight. But Jian Wushuang did not show his true strength. How could Xiong Tao be interested? The third round of one-on-one matches in the Genius Feast was held at the same time. While Jian Wushuang and Duan Yu were fighting on another battlefield, a brown-haired man, who was nearly 3 meters tall, stood with his arms crossed. Although there was someone in front of him, the brown-haired man's eyes did not stop on his opponent, but on the battlefield between Jian Wushuang and Duan Yu. When he saw Jian Wushuang admit defeat, the brown-haired man's eyes narrowed slightly. Since he has admitted defeat, there is no need for me to continue participating in this genius feast. The brown-haired man raised his hand and said, "I admit defeat." His voice spread and caused a commotion in the surrounding void. This was because the brown-haired man had not fought with his opponent at all. Moreover, his opponent was not ranked high in the second round of the Samsara Road. He was ranked below 90th. Such a genius should be at the bottom in the third round of the Samsara battle. However, the brown-haired man directly admitted defeat. Of course, many people did not understand. However, the brown-haired man ignored the crowd and directly turned around and walked out of the battlefield. Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao both admitted defeat voluntarily. Without them, the Genius Feast would naturally belong to Duan Yu. The final result was that Duan Yu won the first place in the Genius Feast and became famous in the third heaven. As for Zhu Luo, his strength was also considered to be at the bottom of the 100 geniuses in the third round. At the beginning of the third round, he met his first opponent and was eliminated. Chapter 3081. Duan Yes visit after the Genius Feast ended. Jian Wushuang and the others left the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm. Jian Wushuang, Zhu Luo, and Bai Xiao were flying side by side in the vast void. Brother Heavenly Marquis, it shouldn't be difficult for you to defeat Duan Yu with your strength. Why did you deliberately lose to him in the end? Zhu Luo asked. He also saw that Jian Wushuang had deliberately lost to Duan Yu. There's no meaning in defeating him, Jian Wushuang said directly. Zhu Luo shrugged, but did not say anything. Bai Xiao and the others were secretly communicating with each other. I have already sent a message to Senior Brother Xiong Tao, but Senior Brother Xiong Tao hasn't replied to me. What should I do now? The red-haired man said, Who knows? I've already done as Master instructed. I don't care what the result is, Bai Xiao said. They were also helpless. They wanted to test Jian Wushuang's true strength, but unfortunately, they could not find any opportunity. At this moment, whoosh, 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 3 figures suddenly rushed over from the distant void. Stop! A low shout suddenly echoed between the heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang and the others immediately stopped and turned to look. The leader of the three was a young man with a half-moon-like face. He was Duan Yu, who had won the first place in the Genius Feast and was famous in the third heaven. As for the other two, their auras were so strong that they had reached the level of a rank 4 true saint. They should be the two experts sent by the heavenly cloud pavilion to follow Duan Yu and protect him. Duan Yu and the other two also stopped in front of Jian Wushuang and the others. Duan Yu's eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. "What's the matter?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Of course," Duan Yu said in a low voice. "Your name is Heavenly Sword Marquis, right? Let me ask you, when you fought with me, did you stop at the last moment?" "Yes." Jian Wushuang did not deny it. He fought with Duan Yu and stopped at the last moment. If Duan Yu did not see it, he would be extremely stupid. "Why?" Duan Yu asked coldly. "I will stop if I want to." "Why?" Jian Wushuang said. "Good, very good." Duan Yu clenched his teeth. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, although I won the first place in this year's Genius Feast, I always have a thorn in my heart. This thorn is you. That's why I specially came here. Let's fight again. This time, both of us should not hold back and use all of our strength. What do you think? You still want to fight?" Jian Wushuang looked at Duan Yu with a strange expression. "Do you think it's necessary?" "Of course. Although I know you stopped at the last moment, I wouldn't be satisfied if I didn't lose to you. Besides, I was a bit careless before. Otherwise, your swordsmanship might not be able to suppress me," Duan Yu said in a low voice. "Oh." Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then smiled. "Well, since you're not satisfied, then you and I will fight again. Let's fight here. This time, it's your turn to fight first." Jian Wushuang flipped his hand and took out the Blood Mountain sword. "Okay," Duan Yu responded. Immediately, a surging aura rose from his body. At the same time, dense purple thunderbolts burst out, forming a thunder hell in the surrounding void. Seeing that Duan Yu and Jian Wushuang were going to fight again, Bai Xiao, Zhu Luo, and the others immediately retreated to the side. "Kill!" With a fierce shout, Duan Yu directly turned into a purple thunderbolt and shot out. Whoosh! A saber light suddenly slashed out, like a purple thunderbolt, and instantly cut through Jian Wushuang's divine body. However, the saber light did not touch Jian Wushuang's divine body at all. "What?" Duan Yu was shocked, but his pupils suddenly shrank. He was surprised to see Jian Wushuang appear beside him, and at the same time, Jian Wushuang also attacked. It was a cold and beautiful sword shadow that felt like a dream. The sword light was calm and indifferent. It swung out from Jian Wushuang's hand and then directly cut toward Duan Yu's arm. Wushuang's Sword Manual, Star Dream. This sword was too fast. Duan Yu did not have time to react. The sword light had already swept over his right arm. A terrifying cutting power burst out, and his entire arm was chopped off in an instant. "You lost!" Jian Wushuang's figure had already appeared behind Duan Yu, and his calm voice was transmitted over. Duan Yu, on the other hand, widened his eyes and looked stunned. Bai Xiao and the others in the void could not help but sigh when they saw the scene. "So powerful!" the red-haired man exclaimed. "Yes, it's very powerful. His sword, although its speed is not as fast as when he defeated me, the cutting power contained in it is too strong. Duan Yu is the #1 genius of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. His life-saving skills are very strong, and the armor he wears is of a very high level. However, his sword actually tore through the armor and cut off Duan Yu's arm." Bai Xiao also praised. "If he can cut off Duan Yu's arm, he can also cut off Duan Yu's head. Previously, I thought that Heavenly Sword Marquis swordsmanship was just a little better. If both sides did not hold back and fought with all their strength, I might be able to fight with him or even defeat him by relying on my divine power or secret skill. But now it seems that, even if I go all out, I'm still no match for him. I might even be defeated by his sword." Duan Yu was completely stunned. He knew that Jian Wushuang had stopped at a critical moment, but he did not think that his strength was inferior to Jian Wushuang. After all, he had been careless and did not use all of his strength in the previous battle. Therefore, he was unwilling to give up, so he came to find Jian Wushuang in order to defeat him face to face. But who would have thought that the result would be like this? How could he be so strong? Duan Yu could not understand. He was already the first place in this year's Genius Feast. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be able to join the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces or the Tao Palace. He was definitely one of the top geniuses in the divine beginning world. But now, he was already stunned by Jian Wushuang's sword, while Duan Yu was still in a daze. "Your swordsmanship is not bad." A deep voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found a 3-meter-tall, stocky, brown-haired man who had appeared in the void beside them. Senior Brother Xiong Tao. Seeing this person, Bai Xiao and the 3 geniuses from the Tao Palace were overjoyed. Jian Wushuang also glanced at this man and then smiled faintly. "Are you finally going to show up?" "You found me." Xiong Tao stared at Jian Wushuang. "Of course." Jian Wushuang nodded. Chapter 3082. Xiong Tao after coming out of the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm. Jian Wushuang had already noticed that there was someone following behind him. However, this person had not shown up, so Jian Wushuang did not alarm him. And now, this person, Xiong Tao, had finally shown up. "Bai Xiao and the others call you Senior Brother. Does that mean that you are also from the Tao Palace?" Jian Wushuang looked at Xiong Tao. "Yes." Xiong Tao nodded. "Mr. Heaven Marquis." Bai Xiao immediately said, "Senior Brother Xiong Tao is the strongest rank 1 true saint in our Tao Palace. Even in the entire Tao Palace, his talent is one of the best." "Oh." Jian Wushuang's expression could not help but change. The Tao Palace was full of monsters. There were probably many monsters at the rank 1 true saint level, but Xiong Tao was called the strongest. His talent and strength were naturally outstanding. Jian Wushuang was indeed not interested in ordinary geniuses. Not to mention Duan Yu. Even Mountain King, the evil master, and the others whom he had met in the White Bone region could not stir up any emotions in his heart. However, the appearance of Xiong Tao made Jian Wushuang a little interested. "Do you want to fight with me?" Jian Wushuang looked at Xiong Tao calmly. "Originally is not much interest, but just saw you a sword defeated Duan Yu. That swordsmanship makes my eyes light up, so I just show up." Xiong Tao said, "In that case, let's do it. I also want to know how strong the strongest first rank true saint is in Tao Palace." Jian Wushuang said with a smile, "I won't let you down." As Xiong Tao spoke, he slowly lowered his arms, which he had been hugging the whole time. Then, with a flip of his palm, a 3-meter-long golden long rod appeared in his hand. At the same time, a faint murderous aura appeared, also slowly rose from the body of Xiong Tao. "Brother Xiong Tao, it's time to make a move." Previously, they were worried that Xiong Tao might not want to fight Jian Wushuang, but now it seemed that they were overthinking. Of course, this was all thanks to Duan Yu. If Duan Yu had not shown Jian Wushuang some strength, Xiong Tao would not have been interested in Jian Wushuang. Seeing Xiong Tao take out his magic weapon, Jian Wushuang also took out the Blood Mountain sword. A divine power aura also swept out from his body. "Be careful," Xiong Tao reminded him, but his body suddenly moved. It was fine if he did not move, but when he moved, boom! The fierce aura from Xiong Tao suddenly increased by dozens, hundreds of times. Jian Wushuang felt that it was not a human cultivator, but a living ancient beast that was charging at him. It was the first time Jian Wushuang had seen such a strong, murderous aura. Whoosh! Xiong Tao appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. He held the golden long stick with both hands, and the brutal power surged into the long stick. Boom! Boom! A violent boom sounded, as if the mountain was collapsing and the earth was cracking. The golden stick shadow formed by the golden long stick smashed toward Jian Wushuang's head in a vast and mighty manner. The stick shadow had not arrived yet, but the power coming from the long stick made Jian Wushuang raise his head involuntarily. Not bad. Just from this stick alone, it seems to be much more powerful than the 3 original palace geniuses I met in the White Bone region. Jian Wushuang smiled and suddenly swung his right arm. An equally shocking evil aura suddenly swept across. Roar! A deep, angry roar suddenly came from the heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang also swung his sword, but the instant he did so, the sword light directly turned into a complete and huge ancient exotic beast. This ancient exotic beast was extremely ferocious, and its evil aura soared to the sky. It carried a shocking power as it directly attacked the golden staff shadow. Bang! A loud sound shook the heaven and earth. The divine power formed a series of shock waves that crazily swept in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao were both sent flying at the same time. An absolute art at the peak of rank 4. Xiong Tao stared at Jian Wushuang with a gleam in his eyes. Haha, isn't yours the same? Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. When the two exchanged blows, both sides could see that the other party was using an absolute art at the peak of rank 4, and both were proficient in strength and power. Even their first exchange of divine power was about the same, so the result of this collision was surprisingly equal. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiong Tao stepped forward again. Golden snake stick! Whoosh! A stick shadow, like a long golden snake, suddenly darted toward Jian Wushuang's chest. Jian Wushuang waved his arm, and the blood mountain soared directly chopped at the center of the long golden snake. However, the long golden snake strangely swayed and swept toward Jian Wushuang's head again. Interesting. Jian Wushuang also immediately moved to block it. Clang! 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 A low collision sound in the void one after another sounded. The two of the rules of understanding are extremely high, speed, movement are also extremely good. Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was very strong, but Xiong Tao's stick skill was not weak either. This exchange reached a white-hot stage in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the two men have confronted each other no less than dozens of times. My golden snake staff is like a snake. My soul is incomparably fast, but this person is actually able to keep up with my speed and block all of my staff techniques. Xiong Tao's gaze turned cold. He was still using the golden snake staff, but at the same time the strength in his hands began to increase. That's right, from the start, Xiong Tao had been holding back his strength. He had only used the power of the Divine Power King, an ordinary, rank 1 true saint. However, for a super genius like him, the power of his divine power had long surpassed that of his peers. Previously, he had only wanted to rely on his staff skill to defeat Jian Wushuang. However, when he realized that he could not do so, he naturally wanted to use his advantage in the power of his divine power. Boom! Boom! The same staff shadow was used, but as Xiong Tao used more divine power, the staff shadow became stronger. Bang! 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 They fought again and again, but the two sides were still evenly matched. I have used nearly 20% of my strength, but I still don't have the slightest advantage. Xiong Tao frowned slightly, but the strength in his hands continued to increase. 30%, 40%. In just a short moment, Xiong Tao had already used 50% of his strength. His 50% strength was already above the divine power of a peak stage rank 2 true saint, but in the end, he still doesn't have the slightest advantage. While I'm constantly increasing my strength, he's also increasing his own strength. Xiong Tao's eyes carried a trace of shock. After a long while, he finally did not hold back at all. Bang! A terrifying divine, might suddenly erupted. Xiong Tao's divine power, which was far more tyrannical than that of his peers, finally completely erupted. Chapter 3083. Special Life Form. The first one is here. Buzz, the world shook. Xiong Tao had turned into a prehistoric beast and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in a flash. Whoosh! The long staff came crashing down. A golden staff shadow rapidly enlarged in the void, crushing the void in a mighty way, as if the void was about to be completely crushed. The terrifying divine power swept out without restraint. Jian Wushuang immediately saw that the power burst out by Xiong Tao had definitely reached the level of a third-rank true saint. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly, and then his divine power suddenly increased, and he directly slashed out with his blood mountain sword. Bang! A crisp air explosion sounded, as if the world was about to explode completely. At the place where Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao were fighting, a terrifying shock wave swept out crazily in all directions, and a huge divine power storm suddenly formed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures also retreated explosively once again. This time they were still evenly matched. How is this possible? Xiong Tao's face was full of shock. If he was evenly matched with Jian Wushuang in the beginning because he had not shown his true strength, then now he had gone all out and unleashed the power of his divine power to the maximum. The power of his divine power was comparable to that of a rank 3 true saint, but he still could not gain an advantage in front of Jian Wushuang. It seems that I have underestimated you. Xiong Tao's body trembled slightly. He was excited, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented light. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I didn't expect that not only your swordsmanship is very strong, but your divine power is also so powerful. Although there are countless geniuses in the Dao Palace, none of them can compare to you. Thank you for your compliment. You're not bad either, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He was telling the truth. Xiong Tao was definitely the strongest and most terrifying first-rank true saint he had ever seen. Mountain King and the other two whom he had met in the White Bone region were far inferior to Xiong Tao. If I'm not wrong, you haven't fully displayed your strength yet. Jian Wushuang looked at Xiong Tao. Smart. Xiong Tao grinned. Since I entered the Dao Palace, I haven't used my full strength for a long, long time. But today I met you, Heavenly Sword Marquis. You should be glad that you are the first cultivator of the same level to force me to reveal my true form. Xiong Tao's words echoed between heaven and earth. As soon as he finished his words, his body began to change. Originally, Xiong Tao looked like a strong man who was nearly 3 meters tall. However, at this moment, his divine body began to expand at an astonishing speed, from 3 meters tall to 10 meters tall. At the same time, his body began to swell crazily, and his skin turned from dark to golden. The golden skin was like pieces of golden rocks, covering every corner of Xiong Tao's divine body. This is... Jian Wushuang frowned and looked at Xiong Tao. It's not a human, but a beast? No, it's not a beast. Jian Wushuang shook his head violently. Its aura and feeling are completely different from that of a beast. This feeling is unique. It's a special life form. A fierce light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The divine beginning world was vast and boundless. In the divine beginning world, there were all kinds of creatures such as humans, exotic beasts, dire beasts, and so on. At the same time, there were also some races with unique bloodlines, such as the 4 great divine races, who stood at the top of the divine beginning world. The 4 great divine races had very high bloodlines, and their innate advantages were much greater than that of humans and ordinary exotic beasts. However, the 4 divine races were not the ones with the greatest innate advantage in the divine beginning world. The ones with the greatest innate advantage were the unique special life forms in the divine beginning world. These special life forms were born special and different from the rest. There was basically only one type of life form in the entire divine beginning world. Like Jian Wushuang, he was a perfect chaos creature. To put it bluntly, he was also a type of special life form. However, he was the most supreme among the special life forms. Even the will of the heavenly Tao was extremely fearful of him. Although other special life forms could not be compared to perfect chaotic gods, they were much stronger than those with special bloodlines and races. However, such special life forms were too rare. They were rare in the divine beginning world. Although Jian Wushuang had heard of them before, he had never seen them before. But now he had seen them for real. Xiong Tao was undoubtedly a special life form. No wonder his divine power is so powerful. Special life forms have a huge innate advantage. Although he is only a rank 1 true saint, his divine power is no less than an ordinary rank 3 true saint. Jian Wushuang praised. However, it was normal when he thought about it. Although there were not many special life forms in the divine beginning world, the Tao Palace was where all the geniuses of the divine beginning world gathered. It was normal to have 1 or 2 special life forms. Bai Xiao and the others who were watching the battle in the void were excited when they saw the changes in Xiong Tao's divine body. There was a rumor in the Tao Palace that senior brother Xiong Tao had an extremely unique bloodline. There was even a rumor that he was a unique special life form in the world. No one had seen it before, so everyone doubted the rumor. But now, it seems that the rumor is true. Bai Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Special life forms, even the lowest level special life forms, have an innate advantage that is much stronger than some powerful bloodline races. Although senior brother Xiong Tao is only a first-level true saint, because of the special life forms, his divine power is at least comparable to a peak second-level true saint, or even a third-level true saint. If we combine this with some secret techniques that are unique to the Tao Palace to increase the power of his divine power, senior brother Xiong Tao's divine power will definitely reach the peak of the 3rd rank in a short period of time, even approaching the level of a 4th rank true saint. And the staff technique that senior brother Xiong Tao created has already reached the peak of the 4th rank. The red-haired man, the black-robed youth, and the beautiful woman in golden armor widened their eyes. They knew that Xiong Tao was very strong, but they did not know how strong he was because they were not qualified to fight with him. But now they finally understood. Monster! Senior brother Xiong Tao is definitely a real monster. The 4 people were growling in their hearts. At this moment, as soon as Xiong Tao revealed his true form, his aura surged again. His eyes were cold as he stared at Jian Wushuang. Next, I will use my strongest strength. In addition, I will also use my strongest staff skill. You can try your best to block it. If you can't block it, just say the word and I will stop immediately. Chapter 3084. Full power _ stop immediately? No need. Just show me whatever you have. I hope you can give me a surprise. Jian Wushuang looked at Xiong Tao expectantly. Until now, he was really excited and excited. This kind of excitement rarely appeared on cultivators of the same level. This was the first time in his life. As you wish. Xiong Tao spoke softly, but his eyes turned completely cold in the next moment. Golden Mountain Staff. Boom! Xiong Tao struck out with the staff. It was a golden long staff, but at this moment the golden long staff was wildly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it formed a towering golden mountain. This golden mountain contained a terrifying power. The moment it was smashed out, the surrounding people, including Bai Xiao, were all shocked. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and burst out his divine power. The blood mountain sword turned into a blood-red thunderbolt. Bang! With a loud sound, the golden mountain was sent flying. It's not over yet. The second strike. Xiong Tao shouted in a low voice, and the lofty golden mountain, which was sent flying, struck fiercely again. In terms of speed and power, it was much stronger than the first strike. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Bang, 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 bang. The golden long stick turned into a towering golden mountain and smashed at Jian Wushuang again and again. The power of the long stick became stronger and stronger each time. When it reached the seventh stick, the power contained in the towering golden mountain had definitely reached the level of a rank 4 true saint. However, as the long staff struck out again, the power continued to surge. Haha, awesome, awesome again. Jian Wushuang let out a wanton laugh. The strength in his hand continued to increase as he collided with the golden long staff again and again. The 8th staff, the 9th staff, the 10th staff. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao had collided 13 times, and Xiong Tao had also used the 13th staff. The power contained in the golden long staff had long frightened by Xiao and the others. Even the 2 rank 4 true saints behind Duanyu were shocked. Is this really the power of a rank 1 true saint? A purple-haired elder among the 2 rank 4 true saints could not help exclaiming. Yes, it was indeed unleashed by a rank 1 true saint. However, this power is too strong, too strong. The other rank 4 true saint, it was a thin and weak-looking woman dressed in black. The eyes of this woman also flickered with thick shock. I am a genuine rank 4 true saint after all. Moreover, I came from the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion, so my techniques aren't weak. However, the staff technique that Xiong Tao is using right now actually makes me feel like I can't resist it. I have the same feeling. The purple-haired elder nodded heavily. Xiong Tao's staff technique is continuously accumulating power over and over again. When he collides head-on with his opponent, he can also continuously increase the power of his staff technique. The first staff technique that he used previously and the 13th staff technique that he's using now are 2 completely different concepts. I can easily block that first staff technique, but when it comes to the 13th staff technique, even if I use all my strength to display my strongest move, I might not be able to match this power. However, if I were to really fight with him, I would definitely not give him the chance to display the 13th staff. Yes, although his staff technique is powerful, if he had observed the characteristics of the staff technique in advance and used brute force to break his staff technique earlier, he would not have been able to display the 13th staff. However, the Heavenly Sword Marquis, who is fighting with him, the Heavenly Sword Marquis should have also noticed the uniqueness of Xiong Tao's staff technique. However, he didn't do that from the beginning to the end. Instead, he allowed Xiong Tao's staff technique to gather strength and increase its power. The most terrifying thing is that even though Xiong Tao's staff technique has already gathered the strength to the 13th staff technique, and even we couldn't block it, he was able to block it head-on? The 2 rank 4 true saints looked at each other in shock. They were shocked by Xiong Tao's staff skills, but they were even more shocked by Jian Wushuang. Even they did not dare to let Xiong Tao continue accumulating strength, but Jian Wushuang dared to block it head-on? How terrifying was this? Look, Xiong Tao has used the 14th staff skill again. The purple-haired elder suddenly exclaimed. In the center of the battlefield, after Jian Wushuang received Xiong Tao's 13th move, Xiong Tao immediately used the 14th move again. Boom! Boom! The heaven and earth began to shake wildly as if they could not withstand the power contained in the golden long stick. Boom! With a loud sound, the golden long stick fell down instantly. Endless power surged toward Jian Wushuang in an instant. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. With a whoosh, the Blood Mountain sword slashed out in anger. Bang! It was another fierce confrontation, and this time, Jian Wushuang was sent flying from the front. After a while, he stopped again, but his aura was still very stable. Haha, awesome again! Jian Wushuang shouted excitedly. Xiong Tao's aura had reached the extreme of violence. His eyes were bloodshot. At the same time, golden veins bulged on his body, and his huge body looked terrifying. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless divine power. accompanied by a violent aura, gathered again toward the golden long staff in his hand. 15th. Xiong Tao roared hysterically. Boom! The void between heaven and earth was blasted open, and a large amount of air retreated to both sides. A golden staff shadow fell mercilessly. Everything in the world trembled under the strike. Even the 2 rank 4 true saints of Fati, Zhou, had a trace of fear in their eyes when they saw this strike. Seeing this strike, Jian Wushuang's excitement had reached its peak, and he did not hold back any of his powerful divine power. As a perfect chaotic creature, although he was only a rank 1 true saint, his divine power was already comparable to, or even stronger than that of a peak rank 3 true saint. At this moment, the terrifying divine power surged toward the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. Jian Wushuang struck out with his sword. Hua! The sword light slashed furiously, and in an instant a thick beast roar sounded in heaven and earth. It was the peerless sword manual Shixiang. It was the most powerful sword skill among the 7 moves of the peerless sword manual that Jian Wushuang had created. In the blink of an eye, the shocking sword shadow came into direct contact with the golden long staff. Bang! The world shook. At the moment of contact, Jian Wushuang felt a strong power passing through his arm, causing his divine body to tremble. Then his entire body fell down uncontrollably. With this fall, a big hole immediately appeared in the ground. Chapter 3085. Emperor Bloodkill. After performing the 15th move, Xiong Tao finally relaxed and was still breathing heavily. But at this time, bang! The ground suddenly burst open, and a figure rose up again. It was naturally Jian Wushuang. At this moment, his figure was a bit disheveled, but only a bit disheveled. As for his aura, it was still at its peak. Xiong Tao, your staff skill just now was really good, but I wonder if you still have the 16th move. Jian Wushuang asked excitedly. The 16th move. Xiong Tao was stunned, but then he smiled bitterly. His staff skill was only comprehended after studying it for a long time in a lucky place in the Dao Palace, and it had not been perfected yet. With his current strength and cultivation, it was already the limit for him to use the 15th staff move, or even barely. It was impossible for him to continue accumulating strength to use the 16th staff move. Is that all? Jian Wushuang was obviously disappointed. After a while, he raised his head again and said, Xiong Tao, I just received 15 staff moves from you. Then, you should also receive 1 from me. Xiong Tao took a deep breath, and his expression immediately became extremely solemn. Jian Wushuang did not speak again, but the vast divine power behind him had already begun to condense. In just a moment, a golden emperor phantom, which was 30,000 feet tall, appeared behind him. The golden emperor phantom contained endless majesty and looked down on everything. Its cold eyes focused on Xiong Tao, making Xiong Tao tense up and feel an extraordinary pressure. Then, Jian Wushuang held the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands and slowly raised the Blood Mountain sword. The moment the Blood Mountain sword was raised, a strange power began to spread. Xiong Tao stared at Jian Wushuang with a serious expression. However, at this moment, Xiong Tao suddenly felt a special power crazily pressing down on him. This is... Xiong Tao was stunned, but he immediately understood the source of this power. Space-time is the power of space-time in the surroundings. This pressure is the pressure of space-time. This sword attack of his has brought about the pressure of space-time. Xiong Tao stared at Jian Wushuang, but at this time from Jian Wushuang's body, the blazing flames mixed with endless white ice fog and produced endless power of ice and fire. The 2 natural opposing powers of ice and fire merged perfectly at this moment. The power of ice and fire swept wildly in all directions, covering the vast world in the blink of an eye. It formed a huge world of ice and fire. With Jian Wushuang as the core, the world of ice and fire pressed toward Xiong Tao with Jian Wushuang's will. In an instant, Xiong Tao felt that he was being burned and eroded by two completely different forces of ice and fire. His divine power was completely suppressed by the power of ice and fire. How is this possible? Xiong Tao's eyes were wide open. The power of ice and fire is a domain. Yes, it is a domain. But how could a first-rank true saint use such a powerful domain? Xiong Tao was stunned. He found that his divine power had been reduced by 50% under the suppression of the power of ice and fire. What did it mean? Even if a rank 4 true saint controlled an ordinary domain treasure, he could only suppress 30% of his divine power? Xiong Tao did not know that Jian Wushuang was not controlling an ordinary domain treasure, but a domain treasure, the ice and fire swimming dragon ruler. This was the first time Jian Wushuang had used this treasure since he had obtained it in the Beiming mystic realm. When he used it, its power did not disappoint Jian Wushuang. The 30,000-meter high divine punishment deterrence, the domain-type supreme treasure, ice-fire swimming dragon ruler, suppressed it with all its might, and the space-time power that was crazily pressuring him. All of this was actually for Jian Wushuang's next sword move. This move was still from the Peerless Sword Manual. It was called Emperor Blood Kill. Cut! With a roar, Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword, which had been raised high, finally slashed down. This cut caused the space-time power that was pressing down on Xiong Tao from all directions to suddenly surge. Xiong Tao had already felt an extraordinary space-time pressure, but at this moment, the space-time pressure suddenly increased by 100 times. This space-time pressure was too strong. It was ridiculously strong. Coupled with the Heaven Punisher's intimidation and the Ice and Fire Dragon ruler's full-scale suppression, Xiong Tao was completely stupefied at this moment. He was indeed stupefied. It could be said that this pressure was really too strong, so strong that he could not even move his body. That unprecedented pressure and intimidation made him lose the ability to resist at this moment, allowing the scarlet sword light to slash at him. Boom! The sword light directly cut into Xiong Tao's divine body. Although Xiong Tao was a special life form with strong defensive ability, he could not withstand such a terrifying sword attack head-on, and his divine body instantly collapsed. However, after destroying Xiong Tao's divine body, Jian Wushuang did not attack again. Soon, Xiong Tao's divine body regenerated again. After the divine body regenerated, Xiong Tao still stood there, his eyes still staring at Jian Wushuang, but his gaze was very complicated. As for Jian Wushuang, his eyes were calm, but there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. One of the 7 swordsmanship moves of the Wushuang sword manual, the Emperor Blood Kill. This move is the combination of swordsmanship and space-time oppression, Jian Wushuang muttered. Each of the 7 swordsmanship moves of the Wushuang sword technique had its own characteristics. The Emperor Blood Kill was the perfect combination of swordsmanship and space-time oppression. The swordsmanship contained a terrifying space-time oppression power. When the swordsmanship burst out, the space-time oppression would instantly surge to the limit. The space-time pressure would restrict the opponent to the greatest extent, and Jian Wushuang was good at domains, so he also integrated the domain into this move. Just now, he had perfectly combined the intimidation of the divine punishment god, the pressure of the realm of ice-fire swimming dragon ruler, and the pressure of the space-time force to restrict Xiong Tao to the greatest extent, so Xiong Tao could not resist it at all. But in fact, the sword just now was not in the perfect state of Emperor Blood Kill. After all, Jian Wushuang had not fully displayed his realm and his star armor realm. Moreover, in terms of the intimidation effect, the supreme sword essence in Blood Mountain Sword was even more powerful. Therefore, only when the Heaven Punisher, Ice-Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler, Star Armor Realm, Supreme Sword Essence, and the powerful space-time pressure contained in the swordsmanship were perfectly combined together. This was the true and complete form of the Blood Emperor Kill. Chapter 3086. Drastic changes, even if it's not a complete form. it's still not too difficult for me to defeat Xiong Tao with my strength, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Xiong Tao was the #1 genius of the Dao Palace. Not only did he have a very high comprehension of the rules, but he also created a very impressive staff skill. Moreover, he was a special life form. His innate advantage was much greater than that of other cultivators of the same level. However, Jian Wushuang was the most perfect chaotic creature in the world. In terms of life level, he was much higher than Xiong Tao. Xiong Tao was a first-rank true saint, and he was at the peak of the first rank. His divine power was only at the level of a third-rank true saint. But what about Jian Wushuang? His current divine power was comparable to a peak third-rank true saint, and it even surpassed most peak third-rank true saints. In terms of divine power, he was stronger than Xiong Tao. In terms of rules, he was not weaker than Xiong Tao at all. Xiong Tao created the Golden Mountain Staff, which was extremely powerful. However, his staff skill was not perfect, but Jian Wushuang was different. He had been in the Bodhi world for 100 years and created the Peerless Sword Manual by studying a lot of exquisite sword skills. This was a complete and extremely powerful sword skill. A single move might not be too terrifying, but the combination of the 7 techniques involved many aspects. It was much more powerful than the staff skill created by Xiong Tao. In addition, Jian Wushuang was not weaker than Xiong Tao in terms of secret skills. In terms of treasures, Jian Wushuang had just used the supreme treasure, Ice Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler, and the Blood Mountain Sword was also extremely powerful. How could Xiong Tao compare to him in terms of overall strength? In terms of strength, Xiong Tao is already the strongest person I have ever seen among rank 1 true saints. Unfortunately, although he is strong, he can only let me use the Emperor's Blood Kill. He is not qualified to let me use the strongest move. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. Wushuang Sword Manual, 7 sword moves. Shixiang, Star Dream, Qinyan, Emperor's Blood Kill, Instant of Life and Death, 9th Firmament Illusionary Sword. These 6 sword moves were all very amazing. However, the most terrifying sword move in the unparalleled sword manual, which even made Jian Wushuang somewhat proud, was the last move, Blood Azura. That sword move was the greatest achievement he had obtained after hundreds of years of meditation in the Bodhi world. Unfortunately, until now, no one had been able to force him to use his strongest sword move. The battle between Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao had ended. Jian Wushuang won and Xiong Tao lost. Bai Xiao could not accept this result. How is it possible? Senior brother Xiong Tao lost? The #1 genius of our Dao Palace is not only powerful in the understanding of principles and Dao, but also senior brother Xiong Tao, a special life form. He still lost to Sword Heavenly Marquis despite going all out? The Heavenly Sword Marquis is actually this strong. Bai Xiao, the red-haired man, the black-robed young man, and the beautiful woman in golden armor were all somewhat stunned. After a long while, the beautiful woman was the first to react. Bai Xiao, did you use the mirror image token to record senior brother Xiong Tao's battle with the Heavenly Sword Marquis? Master had already instructed me to do so. So of course I recorded it, Bai Xiao said. That's good. The beautiful woman nodded heavily. Soon after, she asked, do you think that the Heavenly Sword Marquis has used all of his strength in this battle? This, Bai Xiao was startled. He subconsciously said he should have used all of his strength. If he still held back when facing such a terrifying senior brother Xiong Tao, wouldn't that be too abnormal? This may not be true, the beautiful woman said. In short, the genius disciples from the Dao Palace were so shocked that they could not calm down for a long time. On the other side, there was another person who was as shocked as Bai Xiao and the others, or even more shocked. This person was Duan Yu. He is so strong. Duan Yu stared at Jian Wushuang with wide eyes. He had fought with Jian Wushuang during the Genius Feast in the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm. Although he knew that Jian Wushuang was strong, He did not think that he was weaker than Jian Wushuang. After the genius feast ended, he immediately came up and challenged Jian Wushuang. In the end, Jian Wushuang defeated him with one sword strike, making him realize the gap between him and Jian Wushuang. However, he did not expect that this matter was not over yet. The next battle between Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao completely shocked him. Both Xiong Tao and Jian Wushuang were ridiculously strong in his eyes, especially Jian Wushuang and the last sword strike he used. The world had completely calmed down. Almost everyone on the field was in a state of shock, even Xiong Tao. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Haha, it's quite lively here. A hearty and evil laughter suddenly echoed in the world. Jian Wushuang and everyone present immediately looked up and looked at the source of the voice. They saw 5 figures appear in the void next to each other. All 5 of them were covered in black robes, and the aura they emitted was very powerful. A rank 4 true saint. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. All 5 of them were rank 4 true saints, and the cold old man in the middle had reached the peak of rank 4 true saint. These people. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Xiong Tao, Bai Shao, and the others immediately gathered together. As for Duan Yu, the 2 rank 4 true saints immediately protected him behind them. Who are you? Xiong Tao's cold voice echoed in the world. As he spoke, he quietly took out a token with his right hand. We, the leader of the 5 black-robed elders, smiled wickedly. Of course we're the ones who killed you. Attack! Boom! An extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from the void behind them. Immediately, a large amount of black fog covered Jian Wushuang and the others at a terrifying speed. The black fog spread so fast that Jian Wushuang and the others did not have time to react before they were completely covered by the black fog. Oh no! Xiong Tao's expression changed, and a message was immediately sent out. Not only him, but Bai Shao and Duan Yu also sent messages to Iceberg and the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. Haha, send a message for help? It's useless. When you were fighting, we had searched the void carefully and there was no one around. Now, even if you send a message to the person behind you for help, no one will be able to get here in a short time. And when they really arrive, the few of you will already be dead. The cold old man laughed wantonly. Chapter 3087. Peak rank 4. He's right, Xiong Tao said in a low voice. Although I have asked for help from Dao Palace, it will take some time for them to send experts here. There were many experts from Heavenly Cloud Pavilion in the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm, and they came here as fast as they could. But it will take them at least 15 minutes to get here, Duan Yu said. 15 minutes? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. 15 minutes might not seem like a long time, but with their strength, they could fight many times in 10 breaths. 15 minutes was enough to fight several battles. Ha, 15 minutes? Can you hold on for 15 minutes? The cold elder sneered and looked at Xiong Tao and Jian Wushuang, the first genius of the Dao Palace. Although we don't know the background of the other one, he was able to defeat Xiong Tao in a head-on fight. Naturally, his talent is even better. In addition, the others are also from the Dao Palace. We have gained a lot from this. Let's do it. Kill all these geniuses. As for Xiong Tao, if you have the chance, capture him alive. He is a special life form. It will be very useful to capture him. Yes. Following the order of the Cold Elder, the black-robed men, including the Cold Elder, immediately took action. A total of 5 rank 4 true saints, including a peak rank 4 true saint, directly rushed toward Jian Wushuang and the others. Jian Wushuang and the others gathered together with solemn expressions. The surrounding void has been completely sealed by the black fog. We have no chance to escape. We have no choice but to fight, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. Xiong Tao, with your strength, you should be able to deal with a rank 4 true saint, right? Yes. Xiong Tao nodded. You two are also rank 4 true saints. Each of you can deal with one. Jian Wushuang looked at the 2 rank 4 true saints behind Duanyu. No problem. The 2 rank 4 true saints also nodded. Bai Xiao, you are geniuses of the Dao Palace. Although you are only rank 1 true saints, you all have some extraordinary strength. The 4 of you, together with Duanyu, will work together to find a way to tie down a rank 4 true saint. I will use my domain to assist you, Jian Wushuang said. It's difficult, but you can try, Bai Xiao said, clenching his teeth. Then that's it. You each deal with a rank 4 true saint. As for the strongest peak, rank 4 true saint, leave it to me. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. Xiong Tao, Bai Xiao, Duanyu, and the others could not help looking at Jian Wushuang. That was a peak rank 4 true saint? Under normal circumstances, a true saint at the peak of rank 4 would be much stronger than an ordinary rank 4 true saint. It was slow to say, but in fact the communication between Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao was completed in an instant. At this moment they had reached an agreement. Attack! Jian Wushuang shouted, and everyone moved in an instant. Rumble! Boundless divine power crazily condensed behind Jian Wushuang, and the 30,000 feet tall Golden Emperor Phantom looked down at everything. The star power in Jian Wushuang's body was also activated, and his aura suddenly increased. In addition, a layer of dark gold armor appeared on his body. 7-star secret skill, divine punishment, and 9 luminary star armor were used at the same time. At the same time, a supreme sword essence burst out from the Blood Mountain sword. However, when Jian Wushuang defeated Xiong Tao, he had only used the punishment divine realm. As for the 7-star secret skill, the 9 luminary star armor, and the supreme sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword, he had not used them. But now he was going to face a genuine peak rank 4 true saint, which was much more powerful than the Magic Note King he had met in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. He did not dare to be careless in the face of such an opponent. He had to use his full strength. Xixiang! Jian Wushuang shouted. Whoosh! The sword light was swung, and a sword shadow was slashed out. The moment it was slashed out, a thick beast roar reverberated in the sky and earth. A mere pearl dares to compete with the sun and moon? The cold elder glanced at Jian Wushuang with disdain on the corner of his mouth, and then he slapped his hand. Boom! The world shook, and a huge black palm print completely covered the void in front of Jian Wushuang. The sword shadow hit the black palm print head-on. The black palm print instantly collapsed, and a large amount of divine power scattered in all directions. The sword shadow was still pressing toward the cold elder with extraordinary power. What? The cold elder was shocked, but he suddenly retreated and dodged Jian Wushuang's sword. This kid is much stronger than when he fought with Xiong Tao. The cold elder was shocked. He had witnessed the fight between Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao. He was indeed shocked by the strength of Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao, but he did not really care, because both Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao's strength was only at the level of a rank 4 true saint. They were not very strong among rank 4 true saints, so how could they compare with him, a peak rank 4 true saint? But who would have thought that when he fought with Jian Wushuang's strength was much stronger than before. This kid hid a lot of strength when he fought with Xiong Tao. The cold elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression became serious. Jian Wushuang's eyes were also cold as he stared at the cold elder. With my strength, it's not difficult for me to fight against a true saint at the peak of rank 4. But what I want to do is not to fight him head-on. While Jian Wushuang was pondering, he was also observing the surrounding battlefields. In the surrounding battlefields, Xiong Tao, Bai Xiao, and the others fought against a rank 4 true saint according to Jian Wushuang's instructions. Xiong Tao was fine. As a special life form, His strength was indeed impressive. Even if he faced a rank 4 true saint head-on, he was not at a disadvantage. However, the situation on the other battlefields was not very advantageous. The first was the 2 4th level true saints under Duan Yes command. Although they were also 4th level true saints, they were only sent by the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion to be Duan Yes subordinates. Their status in the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion was very low, so their strength was naturally not much stronger. The two of them faced a black-robed man, but in the end, both of them were at an absolute disadvantage. On the other side, Bai Xiao, Duanyu, and the others were struggling with the last black-robed man, but the situation was not optimistic. Their personal strength was far inferior to that of the black-robed man. One moment of carelessness, and they might be defeated by the black-robed man. I have no choice. I have to end this battle quickly. Jian Wushuang's expression was solemn. There was a hint of killing intent in his eyes as he looked at the cold old man. Chapter 3088. Blood Azura, the raging flames, mixed with endless white ice fog, produced an endless power of ice and fire, which suddenly rose from Jian Wushuang's body. The two natural powers of ice and fire were perfectly fused at this moment. The power of ice and fire crazily swept out in all directions, covering the vast world in the blink of an eye. It formed a huge world of ice and fire. The world of ice and fire was centered around Jian Wushuang. With his will, the world of ice and fire pressed wildly toward the black-robed men on the battlefield, including the Cold Elder. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's star armor domain burst out and superimposed perfectly on the world of ice and fire. The domain type Supreme Treasure, Ice and Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler, was used by Jian Wushuang with his current strength, together with the star armor domain, even if it was not completely suppressing one person. But 5 people at the same time, the powerful pressure, it still made the 5 black-robed men look surprised. What a powerful realm! The Cold Elder raised his head in surprise. Jian Wushuang did not speak. He used his realm mainly to relieve the pressure on the surrounding battlefields. As for the Cold Elder in front of him, even if he did not use his realm, Jian Wushuang still had a way to deal with him. Swish! Jian Wushuang moved. Silver figures burst out at the same time like ghosts. Jian Wushuang had already used the silver light movement skill he had created to the maximum. In just a short moment, Jian Wushuang had already appeared in front of the Cold Elder, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand had already fallen down. 9th heaven of illusionary sword. Swish! 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 Jian Wushuang brandished his sword 9 times in a row and executed a total of 9 sword moves. However, even though he had executed 9 sword moves in one go, it felt like he had only executed 1 sword move. The 9 sword shadows were all extremely obscure. They overlapped and gathered together. The moment they were brandished, they directly attacked the Cold Elder. Humph, ridiculous! The Cold Elder let out a cold snort. Majestic divine power gathered in his hands. His 2 palms seemed to have turned into 2 huge dark clouds that covered the area at an incredible speed. Bang! 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 9 consecutive collisions rang out. Jian Wushuang's 9th realm illusory sword skill, which suppressed his opponent with absolute speed, was blocked by the Cold Elder's 2 palms. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Star Dream! A sword shadow suddenly appeared in the world. It was a cold and gorgeous sword shadow that felt like a dream. The sword light was calm and indifferent. It swung out from Jian Wushuang's hand and then directly rushed toward the Cold Elder's neck. This sword move was very fast, especially at such a close distance. It was extremely fast. When the sword shadow burst out, the Cold Elder's face darkened. His right hand turned into a huge dark cloud and hit the Blood Mountain's sword with the power of rule. The Star Dream first move immediately disintegrated, and Jian Wushuang stepped back. "Boy, your strength is great, but you can only fight with me. Even with the help of the realm, you can at most gain the upper hand. You can use whatever means you have," the Cold Elder said in a low voice. Jian Wushuang looked at the Cold Elder, but his eyes turned slightly. As expected of a true saint at the peak of rank 4, his strength is much stronger than that of an ordinary rank 4 true saint. He is much stronger than the Demon Note King who fought with me. With such strength, it would be difficult to kill him with just the Emperor's blood kill or life and death. It seems that I have to use Blood Azura. Jian Wushuang tightened his grip on the Blood Mountain sword in his right hand, and his aura also became unusually cold. Buzz! It was so cold that it reached the bottom of the valley. It was extremely cold. The entire world seemed to have been completely silent in an ice cave. Huh. The Cold Elder raised his head and stared at Jian Wushuang with a solemn face. He sensed that the coldness that suddenly swept out in the surroundings came from Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not move. He just stood there and was still some distance away from the Cold Elder. But at this time, he slowly raised the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. The sword was placed horizontally in front of him, but this simple action of raising the sword instantly stirred up the surrounding space and time, and the surrounding void became completely blood-red. Yes, it was blood-red. The blood-red sky, the blood-red earth, and even the air was filled with a large amount of blood fog. The Cold Elder even seemed to see the bones under Jian Wushuang's feet, which had condensed into a blood sea. The shocking killing intent shot up to the sky, making the Cold Elder feel a trace of fear. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was no longer a human cultivator, but an Azura who had turned into hell. It was a blood-red Azura. The blood-red Azura raised the sword in its hand and slowly slashed out. The simple slash seemed to contain no power. However, the moment the Blood Mountain sword was slashed out, an unprecedented fear rushed into the Cold Elder's heart. The Cold Elder looked at the blood-red Azura waving its long sword and the sword light slashing toward him, but he had an irresistible and unstoppable feeling. The Cold Elder's face was filled with fear. Divine power surged wildly throughout his body, as if he wanted to block this sword. But suddenly a wave of space-time power came without any warning. The Cold Elder was still in a state of fear. He had even raised more than half of his palm. But it was this posture that made the Cold Elder pause. This was space-time stagnation. It was a space-time stagnation formed by the space-time divine skill, the heaven-designated skill. However, the difference was that the heaven-designated skill was not performed by Jian Wushuang alone. Instead, it had been integrated into his swordsmanship. Yes, it was the strongest and most terrifying move in the Wushuang sword manual. It was even a move that made Jian Wushuang proud. The reason why he was so proud was not only because this move was extremely terrifying, but also because it was so powerful that people could not resist it. The most important thing was that he had made an incredible breakthrough in this move. That was, he had perfectly combined his swordsmanship with the space-time divine skill. The heaven-designated skill was a space-time divine skill that could temporarily freeze time. Jian Wushuang had once used it at a critical moment to catch his opponent off guard, and then he used his swordsmanship to kill his opponent and win. But now, this move had been completely integrated into his swordsmanship and into the Blood Azura move. When the sword light slashed out, time and space froze wherever it passed. Chapter 3089. Inviting Lord Long Xinghua. The sword light mercilessly flashed past, and a head flew out. The cold old man's eyes were wide open as he watched his head and divine body separate. Although he was shocked, the cold old man was not scared. After all, true saints all had immortal bodies. But suddenly, an unprecedented pain appeared out of nowhere. causing the cold elder to cry out in shock. Poison, it's poison, this poison, it's the evil god Poison. The cold elder instantly felt that the evil god Poison was madly corroding his divine body. The evil god Poison was extremely powerful. Although he was a peak rank 4 true saint, he still could not resist it. In the blink of an eye, 80% of his divine power had been corroded by the evil god Poison. However, the evil god Poison that had corroded the cold elder's body had been completely exhausted. He's not dead. Jian Wushuang frowned, but he was not surprised. Under normal circumstances, 1 drop of evil god Poison was enough to kill a rank 3 true saint. However, the cold old man was a peak 4th level true saint, so the effect of the evil god Poison would be greatly reduced. In addition, the level of the evil god Poison was not low. Even the Blood Mountain sword could only absorb 3 drops of the evil god Poison at the same time. 3 drops was the limit. Therefore, when the sword light flashed past, only 3 drops of the evil god Poison entered the cold old man's divine body and began to erode his divine power. It was normal that 3 drops of evil god Poison could not kill the cold elder completely. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted and slowly raised his left hand. Then he pointed at the void where the cold elder was. This finger seemed ordinary, but the moment he pointed, a power of space-time principles burst out. Rumble! A majestic space-time storm appeared out of thin air. No! A mournful roar echoed in the sky. The cold old man's divine body that was about to be reassembled, along with a large amount of surging god power, fell into the space-time storm. Rumble the space-time storm crazily crushed and annihilated everything, as if it was destroying everything. In just a blink of an eye, everything in the void where the cold elder was, including his divine power, was destroyed. Naturally, the cold elder was also dead. 1 finger void annihilation technique is a divine technique that can destroy everything on a large scale. It can also counter the immortal body of a true saint expert. The space-time storm destroyed everything in its path, including divine power. Jian Wushuang thought to himself, the immortal body of a true saint expert was based on divine power. However, if the divine power of this true saint expert was completely annihilated, then the true saint expert would certainly die. A true saint expert who had reached the peak of rank 4 was killed by Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. The surrounding people also saw the scene. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. They even forgot that they were fighting with someone and stopped what they were doing. This, Xiong Tao stared at Jian Wushuang, his eyes full of shock. He really has hidden his strength? The beautiful woman in golden armor trembled. Bai Xiao, Zhu Luo, Duanyu, and the others were all stunned speechless. They were not the only ones. The 4 black-robed men were the same as well. A rank 1 true saint killed a peak rank 4 true saint? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? It's fake. How could 39 die at the hands of a rank 1 true saint? The black-robed men were also completely stunned. After a long while, one of the long-haired, black-robed men reacted immediately. Quick, invite Lord Longxing. As the long-haired, black-robed man shouted, a black-robed man immediately flipped his hand and took out a special token. Pa! The jade token was crushed, and a vast and majestic aura descended. Wung, 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 a large amount of black fog condensed in the void, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a 3-meter-tall black phantom. This black phantom was extremely hazy, and its exact appearance could not be seen clearly. All that could be seen was a pair of cold eyes peeking out from the fog. Lord Longxing. Seeing the arrival, the 4 black-robed men immediately bowed respectfully. The Black Shadow's cold eyes looked around the void, and then he said in a hoarse voice, "Where's 39? Master, 39 is dead. We have no choice but to ask you to help us," the long-haired black-robed man said respectfully. He only killed a few rank 1 true saints. Not only did he fail to kill them, but he even lost his life. What a waste! The Black Phantom cursed in a low voice. The 4 black-robed men lowered their heads and did not dare to say another word. In the void in front of them, Jian Wushuang and the others stood there, looking at the black shadow that suddenly appeared in the void with an extremely ugly expression. They could see that the black shadow was probably an energy clone formed by an expert using a special method. Although it was only an energy clone, if its owner was extremely powerful, the energy clone could also burst out with extraordinary battle strength, which was enough to pose a great threat to them. The strength that this main Bodis energy clone currently possesses is extremely limited. It can only unleash one attack. After one attack, the 4 of you should immediately leave no matter what the result is, the black illusory figure instructed. Yes. The 4 black-robed men immediately nodded. The black illusory figure slowly lifted his head after giving his instructions. The moment he lifted his head, a strange glow flashed within his cold eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An extremely unique power burst out like a tsunami. What is this? Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed. Soul attack! Oh no! Be careful of the soul attack! Xiong Tao also shouted in a low voice. The moment he sensed that the Black Phantom had used soul attack, Jian Wushuang had already moved. A silver light flashed across the void, and Jian Wushuang pushed his speed and movement to the limit. He did not attack the black shadow, nor did he retreat. Instead, he stood in front of Jiu Luo. Among the people present, only Jiu Luo had some friendship with him. Jiu Luo was the weakest, and he did not have any soul defense skills. Once he was affected by the soul attack, there was at least a 90% chance that he would die. Now that Jian Wushuang was standing in front of Jiu Luo, the soul attack that was coming toward Jiu Luo was completely withstood by Jian Wushuang alone. Boom! Jian Wushuang felt as if a huge drumstick had smashed into his sea of consciousness. He had the exquisite pagoda in his sea of consciousness. But with the impact of this soul power, his soul pagoda only lasted for a moment. Then it collapsed. Chapter 3090. Soul annihilation. As soon as the exquisite pagoda collapsed, his physical soul was defenseless. Fortunately, his soul was much tougher and stronger than ordinary people. After the powerful soul attack destroyed the exquisite pagoda, the remaining power was not very strong, although it also severely injured Jian Wushuang's physical soul. However, it did not completely destroy his soul. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted, and his face turned pale. Of course, this was his own disguise. His soul was like his divine body. Even if it directly collapsed, he could rely on divine power to regenerate it. So what if his soul was severely injured? However, the soul attack of the Black Phantom was not aimed at him alone. Instead, it was aimed at everyone in front of him. Jian Wushuang could easily resist the soul attack because of his soul defense and the uniqueness of his own soul. However, the others were not so easy. Buzz soul power swept across. It was as if time and space had completely stopped. Then whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures fell directly to the ground. They were the red-haired man, the black-robed young man, and the beautiful woman in golden armor from the Dao Palace. It was true that the 3 of them were genius disciples of the Dao Palace, and their strength was also very impressive. However, the 3 of them were not too strong in terms of their souls. At that moment, even though the soul attack that the Black Phantom unleashed was aimed at everyone, the soul attack that struck them was still extremely powerful. The 3 of them were unable to block it, and their souls had already been directly killed. These 3 geniuses were already dead. Lun Chong Moao and Xie Zi. Bai Xiao's expression changed drastically, and he let out a cry of shock and anger. Bai Xiao's strength was about the same as the red-haired man and the other 2. In fact, his soul was not much stronger than the other 3, but Bai Xiao's identity was different. He was not only a genius disciple of the Dao Palace, but also the #1 genius of the current era of the Young Divine Sect. The young divine sect placed great importance on him, so they gave him many life-saving items. In terms of soul defense, he had a soul defense sacred treasure in his body, and its level was not low. That was why he was able to survive this soul attack. There was also Duanyu, who had also relied on his soul defense treasure to barely survive. As for Xiong Tao, as the number one genius of the Tao Palace, he had even more life-saving methods. The soul attack only caused a slight change in his expression, but it did not cause much of an impact. As for the two level 4 true saints that followed Duanyu, because they were genuine level 4 true saints, their souls were also at this level. Although they were affected by the soul attack, just now they still survived. After a wave of soul attack, just as the Black Phantom had said, his energy clone was too weak. Using one wave of attack was already the limit. Although it caused a certain amount of damage, his energy clone also quickly collapsed. Let's go! The 4 black-robed men did not hesitate at all. They fled the void as fast as they could. The 4 black-robed men ran for their lives as fast as they could. After running for a long distance, they finally stopped on a barren mountain. The 4 black-robed men looked at each other. Their expressions were very strange. As expected, we weren't prepared enough. We still paid the price for acting rashly, the long-haired, black-robed man said. There's nothing we can do. Time is too short, and we don't have enough time to prepare. After all, we only have one chance, and it's fleeting. We have to seize it, the other black-robed man said. They had acted rashly and hastily this time. It could even be said that they were not prepared at all. One had to know that the force they were in was extremely huge and tyrannical. Although it could not compare to the 3 great freedom alliances, the difference was not too great. They had countless experts and 4th-level true saints like them, were nothing in their force. But this time it was too hasty, because they only found out after the genius banquet that the palace's number 1 genius, Xiong Tao, had actually participated in this genius banquet and did not have any experts by his side. This was a once-in-lifetime opportunity for assassination. Of course, their forces did not want to miss this opportunity. Therefore, even though they knew it would be difficult, they immediately dispatched the 5 rank 4 true saints led by 39. In addition, they also carried the jade talisman of Lord Longxing's energy doppelganger to assassinate him. They had already organized the strongest force in such a short period of time. Originally, with the 5 of them, if they were lucky, they could have killed Xiong Tao and the few geniuses who had arrived at the palace. However, accidents continued to happen. First, the appearance of Duanyu and his 2 guards, and then the fight between Xiong Tao and Jian Wushuang made them realize that there was also Jian Wushuang, who also had the battle strength of a rank 4 true saint. All of these added together, the battle strength of 4 rank 4 true saints was not much inferior to their lineup. At that time, they knew that the probability of success was very low. However, they had no choice but to take action. They did not expect Jian Wushuang to give them a huge surprise as soon as he took action. He killed 39, the strongest among them, with a thunderbolt. Next, they only let Lord Longxing's energy doppelganger take action. Fortunately, although 39 died in this assassination and used a special token that Lord Longxing refined, this token is only the lowest level token. We've already killed 3 genius disciples of the Tao Palace, so we've already made a profit. The trouble is that this assassination failed. That Xiong Tao will definitely be more cautious in the future. I'm afraid we won't have such an opportunity again in the future, said the long-haired, black-robed man. Not only that, we have another harvest. Another black-robed man said, It's the man who killed 39. At the mention of Jian Wushuang, the 4 black-robed men immediately became very serious. Yes, this man is also one of our harvest, and it's a great harvest. The long-haired, black-robed man said excitedly, A 1st-level true saint can kill 39, who has reached the peak of the 4th rank directly. It's incredible. His talent is obviously higher than Xiong Tao, but we don't know whether he is from the Tao Palace or not. If so, we should kill him earlier than Xiong Tao. The other 3 black-robed men also nodded heavily. No matter what, this mission has already ended. Let's go back and report this matter to the higher-ups. As for what we should do next, we'll leave it to the higher-ups of the sect to decide for themselves. Chapter 3091. Left alone after a fierce battle. The ground in the void that had been completely sealed by the black fog had become pockmarked. Even in the void, time and space had not completely calmed down. Jian Wushuang and the others gathered together, and there were 3 cold corpses lying under their feet. They were the red-haired man, the black-robed young man, and the beautiful woman in golden armor from the Tao Palace. Although their divine bodies were intact and did not suffer any damage, their souls had been completely destroyed. Soul destruction, Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. It was indeed difficult to kill a true saint expert with an immortal body. However, some special poisons that could corrode the body and soul were the 2 best weapons that could restrain the body. Those special poisons were better. After all, if the poisons wanted to corrode the god power, they had to pass through the skin of the cultivator and transfer the poison into the other's body. Most true saints wore protective armor. To do this, they had to forcefully tear apart the other party's protective armor. Therefore, in the divine beginning realm, only those who used sharp weapons like swords, sabers, daggers, spears, and so on were suitable to use these special venoms. As for those who used axes, hammers, or gloves, most of them used force to suppress others, sending their power through the suppression to the other party's divine body. However, it was very difficult to deliver the venoms into the other party's body, so they naturally could not use them. Moreover, not only were these special poisons expensive, but they also needed a certain way to buy them. Thus, there were very few cultivators who really used these special poisons to kill their enemies, so they were not too frightening to true saints. And what truly frightened true saints was the destruction of their souls. The soul was the foundation of the cultivators. Once their souls were destroyed, no matter how strong their divine bodies were or how much divine power they had, it was useless. This was common sense. Therefore, experts who were good at soul attacks would attract attention no matter where they were. "Jiu Luo," Jian Wushuang suddenly said, "let's part ways here." "Brother Heavenly Marquis, are you leaving?" Jiu Luo immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. "I went to the Young Divine sect to find a place to stay and familiarize myself with the environment of the first heaven. Now that I'm familiar with it, I naturally have to leave." But Jiu Luo wanted to say something, but Jian Wushuang had already waved his hand and interrupted him. "Bai Shao." Jian Wushuang looked at Bai Shao again. "I know what Bai Ju and Iceberg are planning. Go back and tell them that I'm grateful for their kindness, but I don't plan to join the Tao Palace now. But they don't have to feel regretful, because they'll go to the divine ancestor Taoist sect soon." "Oh." Bai Shao was surprised. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He was telling the truth. He had promised Shui Bei that he would go to the bloodline of the blood ancestor in the divine ancestor Taoist sect. However, he was too weak now, so he did not know much about the divine ancestor Taoist sect and the bloodline of the blood clan. Since there were many bloodlines in the divine ancestor Taoist sect, there might be some internal competition, so he did not dare to go rashly. But when he was stronger, he would know more or meet experts from the bloodline of the blood ancestor. Goodbye, everyone. Jian Wushuang did not stay any longer and left. In the void, Jian Wushuang was flying forward alone. Many thoughts appeared in his mind. Elder Mo Shan said that the heaven-cleaving secret realm will open in 80 years. Now only 30 years have passed, and there are still 50 years left. In these 50 years, I can try to break through the first heaven. Besides, I am comprehending both the space-time principles and the reincarnation principles at the same time. Now, the space-time rule has reached the 3rd stage, and I have studied it to a certain extent. In terms of comprehension, I am very close to a rank 5 true saint. But in terms of the reincarnation principles, my progress is very slow, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He was comprehending both the space-time principles and the reincarnation principles at the same time, and the two complemented each other. But now, the samsara principles was far behind the space-time principles. I'm only a rank 1 true saint now, but my comprehension of the space-time principles is too high. My realm is limited, and my progress is obviously not as fast as before. In the past 50 years, I can completely focus on the samsara principles. After making up his mind, Jian Wushuang immediately began to think of ways to improve his comprehension of the samsara principles. On the other side, Baizhu and Iceberg had long known that Jian Wushuang, Xiong Tao, and the others had been attacked. However, when they rushed over, the black-clothed men had already left, and Jian Wushuang had also left. Then they carefully inquired about the outcome of the matter and also obtained a mirror image of Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao's battle. Seeing the mirror image, both of them were very shocked. I knew this little guy was very strong. Otherwise, the 3 palace masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would not have given him a place to enter the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic realm so generously. But I didn't expect this little guy to be so powerful. Xiong Tao is the strongest expert among the first rank true saints of our Tao Palace, and he is a special life form. His divine power is comparable to a 3rd rank true saint. How could he be no match for him? Baizhu exclaimed. That's not all, Iceberg said in a low voice. According to what my disciple said, the Heavenly Sword Marquis didn't use his full strength when he fought with Xiong Tao. It wasn't until the black-robed men arrived that he revealed his full strength. He actually killed a peak 4th rank true saint. It's simply inconceivable. Xiong Tao's combat power is already considered incredible among the 1st rank true saints, but he's actually much stronger than Xiong Tao. Could it be that he's also a special life form? Baizhu could not help but ask. It's very possible. Iceberg nodded slightly. Forget it. No matter what this little guy's background is, since he said that he would make a trip to the divine ancestor Taoist sect in the future, this means that he doesn't have any hostility toward our divine ancestor Taoist sect. In fact, he might even have some connections. That's already not bad. Baizhu smiled. However, his expression immediately turned cold. Let's not talk about this little guy now. Let's talk about those black-robed men. Our Tao Palace has always been very strict in protecting the geniuses under our command, especially top geniuses like Xiong Tao. This time, Xiong Tao appeared at this genius banquet because he received my orders. I originally thought that Xiong Tao would only participate in this genius banquet and leave after battle with the Heavenly Sword Marquis without encountering any accidents. I never expected that such a small mistake would actually cause our Tao Palace to suffer heavy losses. Chapter 3092. Sorcerer God Baiju's expression was extremely unsightly, and his aura was also abnormally cold. This time, the Tao Palace had indeed suffered heavy losses. After all, a total of 3 geniuses had fallen. These 3 geniuses were all very outstanding. Although the chances of becoming the principal's master in the future were very low, the chances of becoming a top-notch immortal saint were still very high. They might even become invincible amongst the immortal saints. Unfortunately, because of this small mistake, these 3 geniuses had died. Fortunately, Xiong Tao didn't die. Otherwise, the losses this time would have been too great. It was so great that even I couldn't bear it. Baizhu clenched his hands tightly. The Tao Palace valued Xiong Tao extremely. If Xiong Tao died here, although he was the principal's master, he would definitely be severely punished by the Tao Palace. Even if he did not die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Where did those 5 black-robed men come from? Baizhu shouted in a low voice. Lord Baizhu! The appearance of those 5 black-robed men was very strange. I've already sent people to investigate, but they were unable to find any traces. However, there's one thing. The reason why they were able to kill the 3 geniuses of our Tao Palace was because they crushed a command talisman and summoned an expert's energy clone. Then, this expert's energy clone unleashed a soul attack. At that time, those black-robed men addressed this energy clone as Lord Longxing. Iceberg said respectfully, "Longxing." Bai Ju narrowed his eyes, and a sharp light shot out. "Longxing, the master of Longxing. It's the Sorcerer God sect." Sorcerer God sect? Iceberg was also stunned. Damn the Sorcerer God sect. I've heard that they're very close to the 3 great sages. It seems that it's true, Bai Ju said coldly. The 3 great saints. Iceberg was shocked. Humph! The 3 great saints have always been at odds with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the Temporal Temple, and our divine ancestor, Taoist sect. Although the 2 sides have not really shed all pretenses of cordiality, there's still all kinds of fights going on in the dark. In recent years, the 3 great saints have been thinking of ways to suppress the 3 great freedom alliances. To suppress us, other than killing as many of our higher-ups as possible, the most important thing is to kill some of the geniuses in the 3 great freedom alliances ahead of time. Many years ago, 3 disciples of our Tao Palace were assassinated when they were out adventuring. At that time, they suspected that it was the 3 great sages who had done it, but they couldn't find any traces of it. But now, the Sorcerer God sect is openly assassinating the geniuses of our Tao Palace. Good, very good. It seems that the old Sorcerer God wants to be chased back to the universe battlefield. Bai Ju's ruthless aura surged into the sky. Lord Bai Ju, wasn't it rumored that the Sorcerer God sect has always been interested in some special bloodlines and some special life forms? Iceberg suddenly said, "Yes, they are indeed very interested in special life forms. For a long time, they have been searching for all kinds of special bloodlines. Usually they would capture those who could be captured alive and kill those who could not be captured alive. Then they would take away their corpses. As for their purpose, no one knows. No matter what, since the Sorcerer God sect dared to attack the genius disciples of our Tao Palace this time, they must bear the wrath of the entire divine ancestor Tao sect." Ah, the killing intent of the 100 Ju was overwhelming. Soon, he personally went to see the supreme existences of the Tao Palace. Jian Wushuang did not know the identities of the 5 black-robed men and why they wanted to assassinate them. He was too lazy to know. After parting with Ju Luo and the others, he began to explore the first heaven by himself. At the same time, he was trying to improve his comprehension of the reincarnation rule. Time passed quickly. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. The 3-winged kingdom was a relatively strong and prosperous country in the first heaven. It had existed for a very long time. The reason was that Luo Academy, one of the 9 academies in the first heaven, was behind the 3-winged kingdom. In such a prosperous kingdom, there were naturally many gladiatorial arenas. In the largest gladiatorial arena in the 3-winged kingdom, whoosh! In the huge gladiatorial arena, there was a deafening noise. Countless spectators were sitting in the audience seats, watching the 2 people fighting crazily on the battlefield in front of them. In the inner hall of the gladiatorial arena, a few figures gathered together. "Brother Han, it's your turn to fight soon. Are you ready?" A rough voice sounded in the inner hall. "Ha! Brother Han has already won 9 battles in a row in the arena. With such strength, what else do you need to prepare?" Another person's voice sounded. "That's true, but you should still be careful and not be careless. After all, Brother Han's next opponent is Mo Axe, who is a battle maniac. Moreover, he has already won a total of 21 battles in a row in the arena. Brother Han is going to fight with Mo Axe? Damn, why didn't you say so earlier?" Mo Axe with Han. The people of the inner hall immediately gathered. While these people were talking, the one they called Brother Han was sitting quietly at the side, drinking a pot of wine in his hand. When he heard the conversation around him, He did not seem to care at all. Mo Axe. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He had seen the battle between Mo Axe and others in the gladiator arena. His strength was indeed good, but it was far from enough to attract his attention. 50 years have passed. In these 50 years, my comprehension of reincarnation rules has improved a lot, but now I have reached a bottleneck. This Mo Axe is my last battle in the gladiator arena. I hope he won't disappoint me. Jian Wushuang raised the wine pot in his hand. He drank the entire pot of wine in one gulp. Soon, Jian Wushuang came out. Han! Han! As soon as Jian Wushuang entered the battlefield in the center of the arena, the entire arena burst into cheers like a landslide and tsunami. Jian Wushuang had won 9 battles in a row in the same level of the arena, so he was naturally very famous. However, not long after Jian Wushuang entered the battlefield, Missouri Axe also arrived. As soon as Mo Axe appeared, the surrounding cheers were even louder than Jian Wushuang's. The enthusiasm of countless spectators had been ignited. "I've seen you fight with others." A deep voice came from the mouth of the burly man in black armor, who looked like a living fierce beast. A giant black axe appeared in Mo Axe's hand. "Your sword formation is quite powerful, and your movement is very flexible. Unfortunately, it's useless against me." "Really?" Jian Wushuang gave a strange smile. His body moved, and a total of 18 purple long swords floated out. Under Jian Wushuang's control, they formed into one in the blink of an eye. It was a purple magic sword that was 3 meters long. "Go!" Jian Wushuang pointed. Swish! The purple divine sword instantly shot out. Chapter 3093. A strand of black hair schwa. A purple phantom, like a purple ghost, suddenly flashed out, flashing out 2 dazzling, purple demonic lights in the air. It's appeared Han's purple evil weapon. This is the purple evil weapon? It's so fast, and it feels so terrifying. Haha, purple evil weapon. This is Han's method of becoming famous. Previously, Han relied on this purple evil weapon to win 9 battles in a row in this arena. Numerous exclamations sounded out one after another in the spectating area. When he saw the ghost-like purple evil weapon shooting over explosively, the Mo Axe let out a cold cry, and then he took a swift step forward, and the huge black axe in his hand followed the momentum to descend. The Mo Axe did not look fast, but it struck the purple evil weapon. Clang! With a loud sound, the terrifying power sent the purple evil weapon flying. Die! With a roar, the demon axe appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in 2 steps. Then he swung the black giant axe in his hand. He knew very well that an expert like Han, who controlled the sword formation, would be easily killed by him once he lost the sword formation and got close to him. However, Jian Wushuang had already retreated rapidly when he saw Mo Axe approaching him. Streaks of silver light flashed. When Mo Axe's giant axe fell, Jian Wushuang had already dodged to the side. Mo Axe was not impatient. Han's purple evil weapon and his movement technique were famous in the arena. Only the purple evil weapon and its extremely fast movement technique were qualified to win 9 matches in a row in the arena. Swish! The purple evil weapon flashed and shot toward Mo Axe again. Mo Axe immediately waved his huge axe to block it. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding echoed throughout the battlefield. The battle between the two was unusually intense. Jian Wushuang had come to the gladiator arena as a rank 1 true saint, so his divine power had remained at the peak of rank 1 true saint from the first battle until now. His divine power had not increased at all. With the divine power of a rank 1 true saint, he tried his best to control the reincarnation sword formation. He was now using the 6th level of the reincarnation sword formation, which was called Yin Luo. It was an extremely demonic and powerful sword formation. He had already used the power of the sword formation to its maximum. If he took one more step, he would be at the 7th level of the reincarnation sword formation. This devil axe is indeed worthy of being able to win 21 matches in a row in the gladiator arena. His strength is indeed not bad. Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. In terms of strength, this Mo axe was probably slightly stronger than Jiu Luo. If Jian Wushuang had used his swordsmanship or the space-time principles, he could have easily defeated this Mo axe. But now he just wanted to temper his samsara principles and the samsara sword formation. With the 6th level of the samsara sword formation alone, he could not defeat his opponent. Now, the reincarnation sword formation was at an absolute disadvantage in the face of the magic axe. The Mo axe kept closing in on him, trying to bring him pressure. But this is the only way to make it interesting, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. He had won 9 matches in a row. The 9 opponents did not pose any threat to him, nor did they have any effect on his reincarnation sword formation. But now, Mo Axe was an excellent opponent for him to train. Kill! Jian Wushuang's killing intent soared to the sky, and he exerted his comprehension of the reincarnation rule to the maximum. Although the purple evil weapon was knocked back by Mo Axe time and time again, it rushed forward again and again. Mo Axe was also very irritable. While crazily repelling the purple evil weapon, he also wanted to keep getting close to Jian Wushuang. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang's movement skills were compatible with the space-time principles. It was impossible for Mo Axe to get close to him. Clang! 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 The sounds of collisions kept ringing out. In just a moment, the purple evil weapon controlled by Jian Wushuang had collided with Mo Axe's black axe more than hundreds of times. Under such intense collision and pressure, it greatly promoted Jian Wushuang's reincarnation principles. Finally, buzz! Jian Wushuang felt a flash of inspiration in his mind, and the part that had puzzled him about the reincarnation rule suddenly became clear. His comprehension of the reincarnation rule immediately reached a new level. I've made a breakthrough. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He raised his head and glanced at the extremely violent Mo Axe in front of him, but his eyes turned cold. Buzz! The purple evil weapon that was flying at high speed suddenly disintegrated. After disintegrating, it reassembled again at an extremely fast speed. However, this time, the purple longswords were no longer purple evil weapons, but formed a cross-shaped purple sword. Go! Jian Wushuang flashed a sharp light, and the cross-shaped purple sword suddenly shot out. Swish! The audience only saw a flash of purple light. The purple light was very weak and small, like a needle, or more accurately, a hair. The 7th level of the Samsara sword formation was called a black hair. However, the purple light, which was as small as a hair, was dozens of times faster and more powerful than the purple evil weapon. Each level of the Samsara sword formation was more powerful than the last. The 7th level of the sword formation was naturally much stronger than the 6th level. Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the Samsara principles had reached a new level, and his power had soared again. Get lost! Seeing the purple light shooting toward him, the Mo Axe, which had been in a berserk state, wanted to swing the giant axe in his hand to split the purple light. But in the end, clang! The purple light and the black giant axe collided head-on, and the terrifying power instantly changed the direction of the black giant axe's attack. Then the purple light continued to attack the Mo Axe's divine body. Boom! The center of the divine body of the Mo Axe caved in, and his body instantly retreated to the edge of the battlefield. It took him a long time to stop again. After he stopped, he raised his head again and looked at Jian Wushuang with a hint of shock. As for the surrounding audience, there was a brief silence, followed by an unprecedented uproar. Cold! 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 The entire arena was cheering Jian Wushuang's name. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang had won this duel. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's face was also filled with joy. Of course, he was not happy because he had defeated his opponent, but because he had made a breakthrough in the reincarnation principle. The reincarnation rule has reached the third stage. The reincarnation sword formation can also be used at the seventh stage. You can leave now. Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 3094. Heaven Cleaving Star. After the fight, in the void outside the arena, Elder Emo Shan, Jian Wushuang, stood in front of Emo Shan. Little guy, I knew you had a high comprehension of the space-time principles and excellent swordsmanship. I didn't expect you to have such high attainments in the reincarnation principles. Your sword formation is also quite extraordinary, Emo Shan said. Senior, did you just see it in the gladiator arena? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Emo Shan nodded slightly. Then he said seriously, it's more difficult to comprehend the rules later on. Therefore, 99% of the cultivators in the divine beginning world usually focus on studying one principle. After all, one's energy is limited. If one studies two principles at the same time, it's likely that they will be dragged down by each other, which will lower their own achievements. They can only think of other principles after they break through to become a principles master. When you become a principles master, can you study other principles? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, to become a principles master, you must have completely comprehended and mastered principle. After mastering this principle, principles masters will find a way to master a second principle in order to increase their strength. After all, to completely master a principle, you can get a rule will. This principle will is extremely powerful. The reason why principles masters are far superior to the immortal saint is because of the existence of this principle will. However, if you can master two principles at the same time, you'll naturally be able to get two sets of the will of principles, and your strength will naturally be stronger, Emo Shan said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. The will of principles. He secretly remembered this, but he also knew that his strength was still too weak. He was still far from completely mastering one principle. Of course, ordinary cultivators don't dare to split their attention at the immortal saint level, but you are different. You are a true genius and a peerless genius. Even if a genius like you comprehended two principles at the same time, the chances of becoming a principles master in the future are very high, Emo Shan said. Jian Wushuang smiled. Well, 80 years have passed, and the heaven-cleaving mystic land is about to open. Come with me to the heaven-cleaving star, Emo Shan said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Jian Wushuang immediately followed Emo Shan and set off. The Heaven-Cleaving Star Alliance was widely recognized as the #1 freedom alliance in the divine beginning world. Its power was huge and spread throughout every corner of the divine beginning world. In addition to having a large number of secret lairs in the divine beginning world, the Heaven-Cleaving Star Alliance also had 2 lairs. The Heaven-Cleaving Star was one of the lairs of the Heaven-Cleaving Star Alliance, and it was also the location of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces. A large number of genius disciples and some high-level experts of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces lived in the Heaven-Cleaving Star all year round. This is the Heaven-Cleaving Star. Jian Wushuang had already stepped into the Heaven-Cleaving Star through the space passage. As soon as he arrived at the Heaven-Cleaving Star, Jian Wushuang immediately found that this star was different from other places. So strong gravity. I feel that the gravity of this star is at least 100 times stronger than that of other places. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The gravity was 100 times stronger, which meant that it was 100 times more difficult to move on this star than in other places. If a cultivator stayed in the star for a long time, he would be affected by the gravity all the time and would benefit a lot. You are only at the edge of the star. When you reach the center of the star, the gravity there will be stronger. The gravity will suppress and promote the cultivator. If you stay in the star for a long time, your divine power will increase faster than in other places, and your divine body will be stronger, Mo Shan also said. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. He could feel that the speed at which he accumulated divine power on the star was much faster than in other places. Of course, the gravity is only one of the many opportunities and superior cultivation conditions on the star. The star was moved from the universe battlefield by the Alliance Master of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. It has all kinds of magical abilities. It's a pity that you're not a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces. Otherwise, you would be qualified to see them one by one, Mo Shan said. Jian Wushuang shrugged, feeling helpless. Let's go. Mo Shan led Jian Wushuang to the center of the heaven-cleaving star. There were already many people waiting in the center of the star. Most of them were genius disciples of the heaven-cleaving Three Palaces. Today was the opening day of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. So many disciples of the Three Palaces were attracted to it. Among the crowd, there were all kinds of discussions. After 10,000 years, the heaven-cleaving mystic realm is finally about to open again. Unfortunately, I'm too weak, so I can't get a spot. The heaven-cleaving mystic realm opens once every 10,000 years. Each time there are only 3 spots. All the geniuses of the Three Palaces add up to hundreds of people. So many people are only fighting for 3 spots. Naturally, only the best 3 people in each era are qualified to enter. As for the others, don't even think about it. 3 quotas? Hee, as far as I know, only 2 people from the Three Palaces have been given quotas. What? Only 2 quotas? There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. It's true that there are 2 quotas. These 2 quotas were obtained by the Thorn Tiger and Thunder God of the Primal Chaos Palace. Originally, the Primal Chaos Palace also had a quota, but I heard that the quota of the Primal Chaos Palace was sent out by the 3 Palace Masters not long ago. Given away? To whom? I don't know, but I heard that it wasn't someone from the heaven-cleaving 3 Palaces, but an outsider. What? An outsider got a quota to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? How is that possible? What's going on with the 3 Palace Masters? Why would they give such a rare and precious quota to an outsider? That's right, such a precious quota. Even the 3 Palaces of Heaven Slaying felt that it was too little. Why would the 3 Palace Masters take the initiative to give it away? Who knows? But there are rumors saying that the person's talent is too incredible, making the 3 Palace Lords exclaim in admiration. That's why they gave him a spot. There are also rumors saying that it's because the person has a special background that the 3 Palace Lords gave him a spot. Many geniuses of the 3 Palace Masters were discussing the spot. While they were discussing, many genius disciples were filled with righteous indignation. Unfair! The 3 heaven-cleaving palaces are extremely lacking in quotas to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. How can the 3 Palace Masters just casually hand over one? That's right. Piercing Tiger and Thunder God are the 2 top geniuses of the ancient palace. They each received a quota, so we have nothing to say. However, how can an outsider have the qualifications to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? Chapter 3095. Challenge. A large number of geniuses from the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces were gathered there, and most of them were dissatisfied. Humph! The heaven-cleaving mystic realm is about to open. If nothing unexpected happens, that outsider should also rush to the heaven-cleaving star and enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm with Piercing Tiger and Thunder God. I'd like to see what kind of 3 heads and 6 arms he has to make the 3 Palace Masters treat him so well. Many people were aggressive and waiting for the outsider to arrive. Not long after, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the geniuses of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance under the guidance of Mo Shan. Master Mo Shan. A top true saint immediately came to Mo Shan, followed by 2 people, Piercing Tiger and Thunder God. One of them had a cold aura, while the other was extremely violent. They first bowed slightly to Mo Shan, then looked directly at Jian Wushuang. Not only them, but many genius disciples from the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces also looked at Jian Wushuang. Is he the outsider? A rank 1 true saint doesn't seem to be anything special. I really don't see anything special about him. I don't know where he got the ability to ask the 3 palace masters to make an exception and give him a slot in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. Discussions immediately broke out. Among the genius disciples of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, Jian Wushuang also knew some of them. First, there were Mountain King, Evil Master, and Mirage Water. When they saw Jian Wushuang's face clearly, their expressions immediately became very interesting. It's him. It's that pervert. So it's him. No wonder he can get a place to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. The 3 looked at each other in dismay, and their hearts lit up. The 3 of them had fought with Jian Wushuang before, and they had even fought him head-on. That battle was still vivid in their minds. It was in the White Bone region. The 3 of them had joined hands and tried their best, but they were defeated by the man in front of them. The 3 of them had been beaten into submission and had no temper at all. At that time, they had decided that Jian Wushuang was a complete monster. When they found out that the outsider who had obtained the quota to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm was this monster, they could accept it in their hearts. In addition to the 3 of them, Qian Qin, who had once dealt with Jian Wushuang, was also in the crowd. It's him, Heavenly Sword Marquis. Qian Qin stared at Jian Wushuang, but his eyes were shining. When he had completed his mission, he had met Jian Wushuang and fought him head-on. At that time, he had broken through to become a peak-fall saint, and Jian Wushuang was only a divine master at that time. But in the end, this divine master was on par with him, a peak-fall saint. After all, he was a genuine genius. He had been in the heaven and earth palace before, but after this competition, he had entered the primitive palace. But he asked himself his talent was not on the same level as Jian Wushuang's. He was definitely not on the same level as Jian Wushuang. In a corner of the crowd, Long Yun and Shui Yu stood together. They looked at each other with a trace of shock in their eyes. It's him. When we met him, we saw that his talent was very high, so he could at least enter the primitive palace and maybe even the chaos palace. But now he can ask the 3 palace masters to make an exception and give him a place to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? How strong is he now? Long Yin and Shui, you were secretly praising him. Whether it was Mountain King, Evil Master, Mirage Water, Qian Chen, Long Yin, or Shui Yu, they had seen Jian Wushuang's strength with their own eyes and knew a little about his talent. Therefore, when they knew that Jian Wushuang was the outsider who got the spot, they could accept it in their hearts. But the others did not think so. Whoosh! A figure dashed out from the crowd and appeared directly in front of Emo Shan and Jian Wushuang. Lord Emo Shan. The man was wearing a black robe, handsome, and exuded the aura of a rank 1 true saint. Oh, Gutong, what's the matter? Emo Shan looked down. Lord Emo Shan, the person next to you should be the lucky one who got the last quota to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, right? Gutong asked. Lucky person? Emo Shan raised his eyebrows and then said with a smile, Indeed, the last slot belongs to our young friend, Heavenly Sword Marquis. This is the order of the 3 palace masters. No one can disobey it. As expected, Gutong's eyes turned cold and looked directly at Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, right? Since you can make the 3 palace masters make an exception to give you the slot to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, your strength and talent must be extraordinary. Since we are both rank 1 true saints, I'll challenge you here. I wonder if you dare to accept it. Yes. Gutong emphasized the word dare, which was obviously a bit aggressive. Hearing Gutong's words, Jian Wushuang's expression became strange. He glanced at Emo Shan and asked, Elder Emo Shan, what's going on? Haha. I told you before that the quota to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm is very limited. Even in the 3 palaces of heaven-cleaving mystic realm, there are only 3 slots every 10,000 years. Since you are given one, there are only 2 slots left in the 3 palaces of heaven-cleaving mystic realm. This will inevitably make some geniuses of the 3 palaces of heaven-cleaving mystic realm unconvinced. Gutong, whom you are seeing now, is from the Chaos Palace and is publicly recognized as the number 1 rank 1 true saint in the 3 palaces of heaven-cleaving mystic realm. Like Piercing Tiger and Thunder God, one is a rank 2 true saint, the other is a rank 3 true saint. They are the strongest among their peers. Without you, Gutong might have gotten the 3rd spot, Emo-shan said softly. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. He also knew why Gutong was so angry that he directly came to challenge him. It seemed that the quota he got now was very likely to be his. Heavenly Sword Marquis, don't hide behind Lord Emo-shan. Dare you accept my challenge? Say something, Gutong shouted coldly again. Jian Wushuang still did not answer, while Emo-shan glanced at the peak true saint next to him and asked, How long until the heaven-cleaving mystic realm opens? Your Excellency, there should be an hour left. The peak true saint replied. An hour is plenty of time. My young friend, Heavenly Sword Marquis, you might as well fight with Gutong so that he will be convinced. Also, let the other disciples of the 3 palaces know that the 3 palace masters gave you the 3rd spot for a reason, Emo-shan said. Chapter 3096 was unstoppable after hearing Emo-shan's words. Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Okay. Seeing Jian Wushuang agree, Gutong was immediately delighted. Let's fight here. Let's go to the Colosseum. No need to go through so much trouble. Let's fight here. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Okay. Gutong's voice was cold, and a majestic divine power immediately surged from his body. Seeing this, the surrounding genius disciples of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces immediately retreated to the side and made a space for Jian Wushuang and Gutong to fight. There was also a lot of noise in the crowd. Senior Brother Gutong, teach him a good lesson. Gutong, don't embarrass the 3 heaven-cleaving palaces. They're all rank 1 true saints. You, Gutong, are publicly acknowledged as the number 1 rank 1 true saint of the 3 heaven-cleaving palaces. If you lose to an outsider, you'll lose a lot of face. Voices sounded. Most of the disciples of the 3 heavens destroying palaces were extremely relaxed. They all thought that Gutong would definitely win. This was very normal. After all, they knew Gutong's talent and strength. To be able to be called the strongest among the 1st-level true saints of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, he was definitely one of the best even among the 1st-level true saints of the divine beginning world. How could such a person be easily defeated by an expert of the same level? However, Mountain King, Evil Master, and Mirage Water, who were in the crowd, did not think so. Gutong is going to challenge him. He is courting death. I admit that Gutong is very strong, but if we fight him head-on, the 3 of us can definitely fight him head-on. However, the 3 of us were completely crushed by him. Mountain King, Evil Master, and Mirage Water all shook their heads and looked at Gutong with a trace of pity. In the center of the open space, Jian Wushuang and Gutong were facing each other with a certain distance between them. Heavenly Sword Marquis, are you ready? Gutong smiled wickedly, and a pitch-black spear appeared in his hand. Under the light, the tip of the spear emitted a heart-palpitating luster. Gutong, before we fight, I want to ask you something, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. What is it? Gutong asked. Since you are the rank 1 true saint of the 3 palaces, you must have heard of Xiong Tao of the Dao Palace, right? He is the 1st rank true saint of the Dao Palace. Have you fought with him before? What was the result? Jian Wushuang asked. Xiong Tao. Gutong's eyes narrowed slightly. He said, Xiong Tao's comprehension of principles and Dao is equal to mine. His staff skills are not as good as my spear skills. However, his system is special, so he should be a special life form. His basic divine power can reach the level of a rank 3 true saint. If combined with the secret skill of the Tao Palace, his power can reach the limit of a rank 3 true saint. He is much stronger than me. So, if it's a head-on battle, I should be inferior to him, but he definitely won't be much stronger than me. Gu Tong was a genius and had his own pride, but he was not conceited. He knew himself well. In terms of strength, he was indeed inferior to Xiong Tao. After all, Xiong Tao was a special life form and had a huge innate advantage. Are you still inferior to Xiong Tao? Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly, a trace of disappointment clearly flashing in his eyes. Gu Tong caught the hint of disappointment, which made him extremely angry. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what do you mean? Nothing much. I just want to tell you that I met Xiong Tao not long ago and fought him head-on. He lost to me, Jian Wushuang said directly. What? Gu Tong was stunned. Xiong Tao lost to you? How is that possible? Believe it or not. Jian Wushuang smiled casually. In fact, he did not finish his words. Not only did Xiong Tao lose to him, but he also did not use his full strength. Gu Tong's strength was not even comparable to Xiong Tao, so Jian Wushuang was not interested in him. However, in order to convince the geniuses of the 3 palaces, he had to fight Gu Tong head-on. All right, cut the crap. If you have any tricks, just show them. Jian Wushuang took out the Blood Mountain sword and waved at Gu Tong. Gu Tong was furious. Do you think I believe that you really defeated Xiong Tao just because you said it casually? Do you want to scare me with Xiong Tao? What a joke. Take this. With a fierce shout, Gu Tong directly attacked. Boom! A violent aura suddenly burst out from Gu Tong's body, as if a volcano that had been silent for hundreds of millions of years had suddenly erupted. Swish! 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 Many strange figures suddenly flashed, and in an instant, dozens of Gu Tong figures appeared in the void in front of Jian Wushuang. Only one of the dozens of figures was real, but this figure had already quietly appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Star Devil's Spear! The long spear suddenly stabbed out. The long spear pierced through the void, making a piercing sound, and its power was earth-shaking. Jian Wushuang only felt a chill shoot out from the void next to him. Your speed is not bad. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently, but the Blood Mountain sword in his hand was instantly slashed out. It was the peerless sword technique Shixiang, the extremely powerful sword attack, accompanied by Jian Wushuang's divine power, reached its limit. Even without using any secret skill, Jian Wushuang's divine power had reached the peak of a rank 3 true saint, and the Shixiang move was the most powerful move in the Peerless Sword Book. The sword shadow was extremely fierce. It hit the tip of the pitch-black spear like it was lightning. Bang! The tip of the spear was smashed to the side. Gu Tong's hands suddenly moved, and the spear seemed to fall out of his hands. As for his body, he instantly retreated. However, at this time, Jian Wushuang rushed forward. His silver light movement technique burst forth and arrived in front of Gu Tong as if he had teleported. Whoosh! 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 Jian Wushuang waved 9 times in a row and also performed a total of 9 sword moves. However, although he had performed 9 sword moves in one go, it gave people the feeling that he had only performed 1 sword move. It was the 9th heaven of illusionary sword. It was too fast. It was so fast that no one had time to react. Oh no! Gu Tong's expression changed drastically, and he immediately unleashed his spear technique. Swish! 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 One after another, spear shadows followed him like shadows, colliding head-on with Jian Wushuang's crazy sword shadows. However, Gu Tong found that his spear speed was obviously not as fast as Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. He tried his best to block 8 of the 9 sword moves, but the 9th one hit his divine body directly. Chapter 3097, Mystic Realm, opened bang. The sword light carried a terrifying impact force and instantly sent Gutong flying. Gutong kept rolling in the air and finally stopped. The geniuses of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces who were watching the battle were all shocked. He lost. He lost so quickly. It was only a split second. How could Gutong lose so quickly? Most people found it unbelievable and found it hard to accept the result. At first, they thought Gutong would win. After all, Gutong was recognized as the strongest expert among the first-level true saints of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. If Gutong had defeated Jian Wushuang in such a split second, they would have thought it was reasonable, but now Gutong had lost. They could not accept being defeated by the outsider, Heavenly Sword Marquis, in such a short time. How is it possible? How can your divine power be so strong? And how can your sword be so fast? Gutong stared at Jian Wushuang. Is your divine power strong? Is your sword fast? Jian Wushuang could not help but smile in his heart. As a perfect chaotic creature, he was much more advanced than special creatures like Xiong Tao, so it was natural that his divine power was powerful. As for why his swordsmanship was so fast, if it was 50 years ago when he had just reached the 3rd stage of comprehending the space-time principles, his swordsmanship was not so fast. But in these 50 years, he had not only made great progress in the reincarnation principles, but also in the space-time principles. Now, he was also in the 3rd stage of the space-time principles, but he had made some achievements. In terms of level, his comprehension of the space-time principles should be comparable to that of an ordinary rank 5 true saint. In terms of comprehending the space-time principle at the level of a rank 5 true saint, his speed was very fast. Each sword was stronger than the last. It was already amazing that Gutong could block the first 8 swords, but he was not able to block the 9th sword. Naturally, he was defeated. I told you that Xiong Tao was defeated by me. You don't believe me, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Gutong fell silent. Before the battle, he did not believe that Jian Wushuang could defeat Xiong Tao directly, but after the real battle, he had to believe it. Well, your battle has come to an end. Gutong, you should be convinced now. Mo Shan's voice came from the side. Gutong took a deep look at Jian Wushuang, but did not say anything more. At first, he was really unconvinced, thinking that the 3 palace masters should not give such a precious spot to an outsider. But now that he had really fought with Jian Wushuang, he was not unconvinced. To put it bluntly, in this world, strength reigned supreme, no matter where. Previously, he thought that Jian Wushuang's strength and talent were not as good as his. But now that he knew that Jian Wushuang's strength was far above his, he had nothing to say. Heavenly Sword Marquis, Piercing Tiger, and Thunder God, you 3 should get ready. The heaven-cleaving mystic realm is about to open, Mo Shan said. Yes. Piercing Tiger and Thunder God immediately nodded. Jian Wushuang also put away his long sword and stood there quietly waiting. Although the geniuses of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces still looked at Jian Wushuang from time to time, they did not have the same discussions and dissatisfaction as before. After all, Jian Wushuang had proven himself with his strength. An hour passed quickly. My lord, we are ready. The peak true saint stood in front of Mo Shan and said respectfully, Well, open it, Mo Shan ordered. Then he waved his hand and took out 3 tokens. These 3 tokens represented the 3 places to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. As Mo Shan threw the 3 tokens into the void in front of them, the void in front of them rippled, and then 3 space passages appeared in front of them. These 3 passages can enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. You 3 can choose which passage to enter. In addition, there are many opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, and any one of them is very precious and rare. As for what opportunities you can get in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, it depends on your luck, Mo Shan said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's heart was moved. Obviously, the geniuses who entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm would get different opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. Elder Mo Shan, how long can we stay in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? Jian Wushuang asked. Well, I'm not sure. Mo Shan smiled and said, because everyone gets different opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, and the time spent is also different. But under normal circumstances, you have already got that opportunity, or you have already got more than half of it. But when you can't get more opportunities in the short term, you will be sent out. Is that so? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. The heaven-cleaving mystic realm is very magical. It's a rare opportunity for the three of you to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. Remember to cherish this opportunity. All right, go in. Mo Shan waved his hand. Jian Wushuang, Piercing Tiger, and Thunder God looked at each other. Without hesitation, they each chose a passage and directly entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. With a flash of light, when Jian Wushuang reappeared, he found himself in an extremely strange space. It was gray and full of haziness. With the naked eye, even the range of 10 palms around him could not be seen clearly. Even if he used his soul power to check, he could only reach a range of 300 meters. Now, when Jian Wushuang used his soul power to spread out, he saw an endless gray airflow. This gray air current was very unique and gave Jian Wushuang a different feeling. Is this a chaotic air current? Jian Wushuang frowned. No, it seems to be more advanced than ordinary chaotic air currents. He could feel the incredible power contained in this gray air current. This power made him very shocked. Elder Mo Shan said that there are countless opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, and everyone has the same opportunities. But now that I've come to this strange space, where are the opportunities around here? Jian Wushuang was puzzled, but suddenly, buzz! The void suddenly shook, as if the whole world was about to collapse. Jian Wushuang's heart also trembled. Then he saw the endless gray airflow in front of him was pushed away by a strong force. A huge object slowly descended and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. It completely blocked Jian Wushuang's line of sight. This huge object was a huge, boundless black stone pillar. Chapter 3098. Golden words at first glance. The black stone pillar seemed to be infinitely large. In short, Jian Wushuang could not see the edge of the black stone pillar with his perception ability in this space. Such a huge black stone pillar suddenly fell in front of Jian Wushuang, and then there was no more movement. What a huge pillar! Jian Wushuang looked at the black stone pillar with a trace of shock. The surface of the black stone pillar was not smooth. On the contrary, there were all kinds of bumps and bumps. When he walked in and looked at the black crystals that made up the stone pillar, they looked like ordinary iron plates. However, Jian Wushuang knew very well, these black crystals were not iron plates, nor were they ordinary refining materials. They were made of a special material that Jian Wushuang had never seen or even heard of. Jian Wushuang reached out and touched the surface of the black stone pillar. Instantly he felt a chill. At the same time, a terrifying chill struck his heart, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. He was so scared that he immediately withdrew his hand. What is this stone pillar? Jian Wushuang frowned. Then he raised his head and looked carefully at the top of the stone pillar. When he looked at it, his pupils could not help shrinking. He saw that above the stone pillar was the central area. There were one after another strange golden characters. These golden characters were also very big, like tadpoles twisting together. Each character looked very similar, but they were all different. Looking at these golden characters, Jian Wushuang was even more confused, because he did not know these golden characters at all. After all, he had been to many places in 2 lifetimes and had seen many strange words, but he had never seen such strange words. Most importantly, each of these golden words gave him an extremely ancient feeling and a profound feeling. After carefully counting, there were 32 golden words on the black stone pillar. According to Elder M.O. Shan, anyone who enters the heaven-cleaving mystic realm can get their own opportunities, but the size of the opportunities is different. My opportunities is it the black stone pillar in front of me or the 32 golden words on the stone pillar that I can't recognize? Jian Wushuang muttered. After pondering for a moment, Jian Wushuang sat down cross-legged in front of the black stone pillar. Then he began to carefully observe the 32 golden words. He first looked at the first golden word. He looked at it for an hour, but no matter how hard he looked at it with his naked eyes, consciousness, or heart, he could not see anything. There was no change or reaction in the golden word. He frowned and looked at the second golden character, but the result was the same. The third, the fourth, Jian Wushuang had been looking at the 15th golden character from the first golden character for a full hour, but he still could not find anything, until Jian Wushuang looked at the 16th golden character. Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. He only stared at the 16th golden character. Under his gaze, the golden character did not change at all. However, Jian Wushuang found that there was a certain connection between him and the golden character. It was as if he could communicate with it. Just like the strange gold stone that Jian Wushuang had obtained back then, the golden stone looked ordinary at first glance. There was nothing special about it. However, because Jian Wushuang was very talented in the space-time principle, his compatibility with the space-time principle was also very high. Therefore, he could sense the faint space-time power hidden in the golden stone. So he came to the gate of the space-time temple and learned 2 space-time divine skills. Now, Jian Wushuang also sensed an extremely subtle connection from the 16th golden word. What is hidden in this golden word? Jian Wushuang was completely immersed in the golden word. 2 hours for hours. Soon, Jian Wushuang stared at the 16th golden word for 3 days. During this time, the subtle connection between him and the 16th golden word became stronger and stronger. Finally, the 4th day arrived. Boom! A vast message burst out from the 16th golden word and rushed directly into Jian Wushuang's mind. This information was too vast and vast. Not only did it contain all kinds of information, but also a large number of images crazily rushed into his mind. At this moment, even Jian Wushuang felt a sharp pain in his head and almost fainted. But in the end, he still endured the pain with great difficulty and tried his best to accept the information. Time passed. 10 days passed in a flash. During these 10 days, Jian Wushuang endured unprecedented pain in his mind every day. The pain was extremely intense. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang's will was tough and his heart was like a rock. If it were an ordinary true saint, he could not bear the pain anymore. During these 10 days, the vast information from the 16th golden word finally entered Jian Wushuang's mind. At this moment, the pain in Jian Wushuang's mind gradually eased. Phew! Jian Wushuang had just exhaled, but he did not have time to relax. The 16th golden character on the pitch-black stone pillar began to wriggle like a tadpole, and in the end it completely came to life. The golden character had already detached from the black stone pillar, and then slowly floated toward Jian Wushuang. When it reached Jian Wushuang, the golden character began to shrink and finally landed on the back of Jian Wushuang's right hand. It had completely merged with his right hand. When the golden divine body merged with Jian Wushuang's right hand, Jian Wushuang instantly fell into a very strange state. This state was ethereal, but Jian Wushuang could clearly feel it. In this state, a large amount of information from the golden words began to appear in front of him. Jian Wushuang also began to be immersed in this vast information. He did not know that while he was immersed in this state, the golden words on the back of his right hand, which had shrunk countless times, were shining with a layer of dazzling golden light in all directions. As if they were affected by this golden light, the large amount of gray airflow around Jian Wushuang crazily attacked Jian Wushuang. The large amount of gray airflow completely enveloped Jian Wushuang's divine body. A burst of powerful devouring power naturally erupted from Jian Wushuang's body, crazily devouring the gray airflow and then transforming it. This step happened naturally in Jian Wushuang's own unconsciousness. He did not even know about it. Chapter 3099, Strength Sword. Jian Wushuang, who was completely immersed in the vast information, had long forgotten the passage of time. For Jian Wushuang, what he needed to do now was to completely digest the vast information. He did not care about anything else. The information was too vast and majestic. He did not know how long it took, but he finally completely digested the information. At the same time, he also figured out what the information was. It was a secret skill, an extremely powerful secret skill. Jian Wushuang did not know how powerful this secret skill was, but there were a lot of images contained in the information. Those images were the scenes of the secret skill, but from the images, it was incredibly powerful. In Jian Wushuang's opinion, this secret skill should not be weaker than the space-time divine skill. 6 paths of reincarnation. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and said these words. This was the name of the secret skill. This secret skill was named after reincarnation, so it was obviously a secret skill related to the rules of reincarnation. Like the space-time divine skill, the 6 paths of reincarnation requires a very high level of comprehension of the rules of reincarnation. The higher the comprehension, the more powerful the secret skill will be. My comprehension of the rules of reincarnation has reached the 3rd stage, and while I was digesting the information of this secret skill, my comprehension of the principles of reincarnation has greatly improved. Now, my comprehension of the principles of reincarnation seems to have surpassed the comprehension of the principles of space-time, and has reached the threshold of the first move of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Hell Dao. However, although I have received the complete inheritance of the 6 paths of reincarnation secret skill, I only have the memory and images of this secret skill. I have to carefully study and comprehend it before I can truly master it, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang was about to get up, but suddenly his eyes widened. This is... A trace of dullness flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and he was also extremely shocked at this moment. He had just been immersed in the 6 paths of reincarnation's secret skill, so he had no idea what was happening in the outside world. However, when he came back to his senses, he immediately noticed the changes in himself. The biggest change was his cultivation realm. After all, when he entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, his realm was only at the level of a rank 1 true saint. At most, he was at the peak of the 1st level. Although his comprehension of the principles and Tao was very high, reaching the level of the immortal saint was not like the divine master level, where he could directly break through by absorbing a large amount of divine power 1 step at a time. Every realm had a huge bottleneck. Therefore, even though Jian Wushuang had stayed at the level of a rank 1 true saint for a long time, he had not been able to break through to a rank 2 true saint. It was not that he did not look like one, but he had not found the opportunity to break through. But now, Jian Wushuang felt that the divine power flowing in his body was many times stronger than before. It was obvious that he had broken through, and it was not as simple as breaking through from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 2 true saint. Instead, he had directly broken through from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 3 true saint. Right at this moment, the divine power aura emanating from his body had reached the level of a rank 3 true saint. Rank 3 true saint. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He was only a rank 1 true saint, but in the blink of an eye he had become a rank 3 true saint. What's going on? Jian Wushuang immediately began to investigate his changes. Soon he found the miniature version of the golden words on the back of his right hand. The golden words are on the back of my hand. Jian Wushuang's expression became even more strange. He was completely confused. After a long while, he shook his head and said, "Whatever. Regardless of the reason, my current realm has indeed reached the level of a rank 3 true saint, and my divine power is much stronger than before." Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. He could feel the explosive power in his hands. Before, he was a rank 1 true saint, but because of his perfect, chaotic divine body, his divine power was comparable to that of a peak rank 3 true saint. But now he was a genuine rank 3 true saint, so his divine power... Boom! Jian Wushuang punched out, and a terrible gust of wind instantly sounded. His fist smashed into the void in front of him, making a sudden explosion, and the surrounding world shook. So powerful! Although I haven't fought with a rank 5 true saint, I feel that my divine power is definitely comparable to an ordinary rank 5 true saint. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining with excitement. The reason why he was not at the peak of rank 5 was that the further he advanced, the greater the gap in strength. When Jian Wushuang was a rank 1 true saint, his divine power was comparable to that of a rank 3 true saint. However, when he was a rank 3 true saint, his divine power was only comparable to an ordinary rank 5 true saint, which was already quite ridiculous. If he used the 7-star secret skill, the divine punishment god, and the 9 luminary star armor, his divine power would be 10 times stronger. It was estimated that his divine power would not be much weaker than that of a rank 6 true saint. I didn't expect that my trip to the heaven-cleaving mystic realm would not only greatly improve my comprehension of the samsara principles and obtain the extremely powerful secret skill, the 6 paths of reincarnation, but also increase my realm and my overall strength by so much. Jian Wushuang was pleasantly surprised. If he were to cultivate normally, it would take him at least hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, to break through from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 3 true saint. But now, the time in between had been completely omitted. No wonder so many geniuses of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces are so eager to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. The opportunity of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm is indeed incredible. I don't know what level the opportunity one have now belongs to, Jian Wushuang thought. He did not know what level the opportunity he had obtained belonged to among all the geniuses who entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. But according to his own estimation, his luck should be very good. That was because the 6 paths of reincarnation secret skill alone was a great opportunity in his eyes. Buzz! A unique will suddenly transmit it over, causing Jian Wushuang's body and mind to tremble. This will came from the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. I have already obtained my opportunity. Do you want me to leave? Jian Wushuang muttered without the slightest bit of regret. Behind him, space and time swirled, and a space passage appeared out of thin air. Jian Wushuang took a deep look at the black stone pillar in front of him. There were 32 golden characters on the black stone pillar, but now there were only 31 left. Those 31 golden characters should contain great opportunities, but I don't know who will get them in the future. With a faint smile, Jian Wushuang stepped into the space passage and disappeared. Chapter 30-100 Black Divine Pillar in the open space in the center of the heaven-cleaving star. The geniuses of the 3 palaces had left long ago. Now, only the peak true saint was waiting there. So, a figure suddenly landed. Lord Emotion. The peak true saint bowed respectfully. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you haven't come out yet? Emotion looked over. Yes. The peak true saint nodded. It's been 60 years. This kid has been in heaven-cleaving mystic realm for a long time. I'm afraid no one has been in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm longer than him, Emotion said. In the history of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, the longest time spent in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm has only been 42 years. As for the 3 people who entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm this time, Piercing Tiger only stayed in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm for 3 years before coming out. Thunder God stayed for 12 years, but none of them lasted as long as Heavenly Sword Marquis, the peak true saint added. The longer I stay in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, the more opportunities I'll get under normal circumstances. I just don't know what kind of opportunities this little guy got in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, Sean muttered. There were countless opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, but no one in the outside world knew what kind of opportunities the people who entered had. Right at this time, the void in front of them suddenly trembled, and then a space passage slowly appeared in front of Sean and the peak true saint. Finally coming out, Sean's eyes lit up. Not long after the space passage appeared, a figure slowly stepped out of the space passage. This figure was undoubtedly Jian Wushuang. Elder Sean. Jian Wushuang had just come out of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm when he saw Sean in front of him. "Haha, my friend, you finally came out of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm." Sean greeted him with a smile. Finally, Jian Wushuang's expression changed. "Senior, do you mean that I have stayed in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm for a long time?" "A whole 60 years. Do you think it's a long time?" Sean asked with interest. 60 years. Jian Wushuang was stunned. In the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, he was completely immersed in the vast information of the 6 paths of reincarnation's secret skill. He had long forgotten the passage of time. In that state, he felt that it had not been long, but he did not expect that it had been 60 years. "My friend, you have stayed in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm for 60 years. You must have gained a lot, right?" Sean looked at him. "I have." Jian Wushuang smiled. Then his body shook, and a strong divine power aura burst out. "This is a rank 3 true saint." Sean stared at him. "You actually broke through from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 3 true saint in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm." Sean was also quite surprised. After all, it was very difficult to break through every level when one's strength reached the level of a true saint. Under normal circumstances, it would take a long time to break through from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 3 true saint. "My friend, what kind of opportunity did you get in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm?" Sean could not help asking. Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment, but he said directly, "After I entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, I came to a strange space surrounded by a large amount of gray airflow. Not long after, a huge black stone pillar appeared in front of me. There were some strange golden words on the black stone pillar." "Black stone pillar? Golden words?" Sean and the peak true saint next to him looked at each other. The next moment, both of them were shocked. "Heaven-reaching divine pillar." "Yes, it's the black divine pillar." Sean and the peak true saint both cried out in surprise. "My friend, you actually saw the black divine pillar?" Sean's expression was very interesting. "Black divine pillar? I think so. Why is the black divine pillar so amazing?" Jian Wushuang asked calmly. "Of course it's amazing." Sean said immediately. "There are countless opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, and these opportunities vary in size and are extremely precious. But if the biggest opportunity in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm is undoubtedly the black divine pillar, the Alliance Master brought it back from a special place in the universe battlefield a long time ago. It said that this black divine pillar contains a big secret, and in the center of the divine pillar are ancient golden characters. No one can recognize those golden characters, but each golden character contains a big opportunity. My friend, since you saw those golden words, you must have tried to comprehend them, right?" Sean stared at Jian Wushuang. "Of course. I got a complete secret skill by communicating with one of the golden words," Jian Wushuang said directly. "Sure enough." Sean smiled. "Each of those golden words contains an extremely powerful secret skill that can reach the heavens. Generally, as long as the conditions are right, you can more or less comprehend some of them." Before Sean could finish his words, he suddenly thought of something. He immediately looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, "My friend, what did you say? Did you get a complete secret skill?" "Complete secret skill?" The true saint beside him was also surprised. "It's a complete secret skill." "Why?" Jian Wushuang asked in puzzlement. "Are you sure it's complete?" Emotion was in disbelief. "Of course." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Besides, after I got the complete secret skill, the golden words were printed on my hand. Look." Jian Wushuang stretched out his right hand, with the back of his hand facing Emotion. On the back of his right hand, there was a very obvious golden word. This. Emotion was completely stunned. Even the golden word was printed on your hand. You actually got a complete secret skill. Elder Emotion, from your words, is it strange that you obtained a complete secret skill? Jian Wushuang could not help asking. Of course it's strange. Emotion's expression became serious. My friend, you don't know. Since the creation of the heaven-cleaving alliance, who knows how many years have passed, and the heaven-cleaving mystic realm has existed for a long time. During this period, the heaven-cleaving mystic realm will open every 10,000 years. Every time it opens, 3 geniuses will enter. After so many years, the heaven-cleaving alliance has opened countless times. There are also countless geniuses who have entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. However, over the years, among the geniuses who had entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, only 8 of them were lucky enough to see the black divine pillar. Even if you were included, there were only 9 of them. And among the 8 people before you, they all comprehended a secret technique from the golden characters on the black divine pillar. But most of the secret techniques they comprehended were incomplete. In most cases, they could only obtain about 30 to 40% of a secret technique. Even the most powerful ones could only comprehend 70% of a secret technique. Chapter 3101. Inquiry _ over the years, only 8 people have seen the black divine pillar, and the most powerful person has only comprehended 70% of a secret skill. Jian Wushuang was stunned. He finally knew why Emotion was so shocked. It seemed that no one had ever comprehended a complete secret skill under the black divine pillar. My friend, do you know who has comprehended 70% of a secret skill under the black divine pillar? Emotion asked with a smile. Who is it? Jian Wushuang asked. It's one of the 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, Palace Master Shuiyan. Emotion said. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Although he had not really entered the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, he had heard from Emotion that the 3 palace masters were very powerful. The 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces were super existences in the heaven-cleaving alliance, second only to the mysterious master. They had great power and status in the heaven-cleaving alliance, although Jian Wushuang did not know how powerful the 3 palace masters were. He could guess that they were definitely at the top of the divine beginning world. Perhaps for some special reasons, they were not as strong as the 3 most noble masters of the saint realm in the 3rd heaven, but they were definitely not much weaker. Such a super existence had only comprehended 70% of a secret skill under the black divine pillar. Palace Master Shuiyun is a true genius. He was once one of the genius disciples of the 3 palaces of heaven-cleaving mystic realm. When he was under the black divine pillar of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, he comprehended 70% of that secret skill. That secret skill became his famous ultimate move in the future. Until now, his secret skill has been well known in the divine beginning world. Many people immediately thought of his move when they mentioned Palace Master Shuiyan. It can be said that the reason why Palace Master Shuiyun is so famous in the divine beginning world and why so many people are afraid of him is largely because of his secret skill. However, he has only comprehended 70% of that secret skill? Emotion exclaimed. Jian Wushuang could not help taking a deep breath. Palace Master Shuiyun had also comprehended 70% of the secret skill from the golden characters in the Black Divine column, but he had already achieved such a great reputation. But now he had obtained a complete secret skill, 6 paths reincarnation. When I was in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, I knew that this secret skill was very terrifying, even comparable to the space-time divine skill. Now it seems that I did not underestimate this secret skill. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, feeling a trace of surprise in his heart. He had indeed picked up a treasure this time. In any case, you were able to obtain a complete secret skill under the Black Divine Pillar. This luck and fortune is indeed unprecedented. Congratulations, little guy, Emo Shan said with a smile. Jian Wushuang smiled, but suddenly his expression changed. Elder Emo Shan, I have already been to the heaven-cleaving mystic realm and obtained the opportunity. If nothing goes wrong, I will leave the heaven-cleaving star soon. But before that, I want to ask you something. What is it? Emo Shan appeared to be very patient. Senior, you should know about the Supreme Emotion Valley, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, I know. Emo Shan nodded. Although the sect is in the second heaven and is not in the highest third heaven, the reputation and strength of the sect is no less than those overlords in the third heaven. Of course I know about such a powerful sect. Why? Are you asking about the relationship between the Supreme Emotion Valley and the Supreme Emotion Valley? A little. Jian Wushuang nodded. Senior, can you tell me about the Supreme Emotion Valley in detail, including their overall strength and the cultivation techniques they practice? Overall strength? Emo Shan raised his eyebrows. I have just told you that the overall strength of the Supreme Emotion Valley is no less than some overlords in the third heaven, the 3 holy regions, the 4 divine clans, and the octagonal heaven sect. Although the Supreme Emotion Valley is not as powerful as the 3 holy regions and the 4 divine clans, it is not much weaker than the octagonal heaven sect. In terms of experts, there are more than 10 known principals masters in the Supreme Emotion Valley. There are also some guest elders who have accumulated all kinds of human relationships over the years. Of course, in the Supreme Emotion Valley, the one who is the scariest, even the 3 great holy regions, the 4 great celestial races, and even our heaven-cleaving alliance are afraid of, is the reclusive old Valley Master in the Supreme Emotion Valley. Although the old Valley Master hasn't asked for the truth for a long time, her strength is very terrifying. How terrifying? Jian Wushuang asked. It's not inferior to the 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. Moreover, if that old woman really goes crazy, even if the 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving alliance come personally, they will have to avoid her because the divine skill she has mastered is too powerful. If she recklessly uses that divine skill, she can pose a threat to even a Saint Realm Master, Emo Shan said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He had long known that there was a very terrifying divine skill in the valley. Lung Rushuang had been taken away by the valley because she was suitable to cultivate that divine skill. Senior Emo Shan, I heard that most of the disciples of the valley have to abandon their feelings. Jian Wushuang asked again. Yes. Emo Shan nodded. Both the disciples and the experts of the Supreme Emotion Valley have no partners. This has something to do with the cultivation method and some secret skills cultivated by the Supreme Emotion Valley, especially the divine skill cultivated by the old Valley Master, which can't be touched at all. But even wild beasts have some feelings, let alone humans. Therefore, there are too few people in this world who are suitable to cultivate that divine skill. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help clenching his hands. My young friend, it seems that you have not only a dispute with the Supreme Emotion Valley, but also a big one, right? Emo Shan looked at Jian Wushuang. Seeing that Jian Wushuang was silent, Emo Shan continued, My young friend, no matter what grudges you have with the Supreme Emotion Valley, I have to remind you not to be impulsive. The Supreme Emotion Valley is very strong, and most of the people there are cold, ruthless, and decisive. With your current strength, you are nothing in front of the Supreme Emotion Valley. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily, then he asked Senior Emotion one last question. If I want to have a fair conversation with them, what level do I have to reach? A fair conversation with them? Emotion frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he answered, At the very least, you have to be an invincible immortal saint to make them not dare to underestimate you. As for a fair conversation, the Lord of Principles. Chapter 3102. 3 Palace Masters under the Principles Master? Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. Only the Principles Master was qualified to have a face-to-face conversation with the Supreme Emotion Valley. However, Lung Rushuang was the second person whom the Supreme Emotion Valley had spent a long time and effort to find who could cultivate the supreme divine skill. She was too important to the valley. The valley would not let Jian Wushuang take such an important person away, even if he was a Principles Master. After all, a Principles Master could only talk to the valley face-to-face, but he could not make the valley fear him. If he wanted to take Lung Rushuang away, he had to at least have the strength to make the valley fear him. Jian Wushuang conservatively estimated that he had to at least reach the strength of the 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. I'm only a rank 3 true saint now. I'm still far from that level. Jian Wushuang's face was cold, but he was not discouraged at all. Thank you for telling me, Elder Emotion, Jian Wushuang said gratefully. You're welcome. Emotion waved his hand and then looked at the peak true saint next to him. Take this little guy away. Yes. The peak true saint immediately went forward to take Jian Wushuang away. Emotion watched Jian Wushuang leave and sighed, Send this little guy away and I can report back. In an extremely magnificent palace, there were tall steps on top of the palace. At the top of the steps, 3 thrones stood side by side. There was a blurry figure on each of the thrones. It was the 3 palace masters. Below the palace, Missouri Shan stood respectfully and said, Palace Master, the little guy has left the heaven-cleaving star. Has he left? A low voice came from the throne in the center. How long has he stayed in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? What opportunities did he get? Emotion immediately told the truth about Jian Wushuang's opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. It included the breakthrough in Jian Wushuang's strength and the fact that he had comprehended a complete secret skill under the Black Divine Pillar. After hearing Emotion's words, the 3 palace masters' expressions remained unchanged. All right, you may leave, the palace master in the center said. Yes. Emotion nodded and disappeared from the palace with a slight shake of his body. After Emotion left, the 3 palace masters began to chat casually. You actually obtained the inheritance of a complete secret technique under the Black Divine Pillar. Shui Yin, this little fellow, is even more powerful than you, right? The palace master sitting in the middle teased. I obtained the secret technique Monarch Water under the Black Divine Pillar back then, and I've benefited immensely from it ever since. Even now, this secret technique is still my strongest technique. Unfortunately, I've only comprehended 70% of this secret technique back then. If I could obtain the complete secret technique, my strength would be able to rise to another level. At that time, I wouldn't be afraid even if I were to fight a Saint Realm Master directly, the Palace Master on the left said. Only Palace Master Shui inside. This secret technique of yours is indeed very terrifying. It might not be comparable to the divine technique of that old woman from the Supreme Emotion Valley, but it is not too far off either. The secret technique that this little fellow named Heavenly Sword Marquis obtained from the Black Divine Pillar's golden characters should not be inferior to your secret technique. Monarch Water, said the Palace Master on the right. That's for sure. Palace Master Shuiyin nodded slightly. This little fellow obtained a complete secret technique from the black divine pillar. Furthermore, the talent and strength he displayed now are much stronger than mine. In terms of talent and potential, he is much more outstanding than me. If he doesn't die midway, he might be able to step into the peak and be on par with the three of us. It's still too early to talk about this. After all, the birth of a true expert requires many conditions. Talent and potential are just one of them. There are so many geniuses and monsters in our heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, but how many of them can actually reach the peak? Not to mention the peak, even those who can become principals masters are pitifully few. The palace master in the center shook his head and said. The other 2 palace masters also nodded. There were too many people on the road to the peak. However, how many people could stay on the road without falling down? The 3 of them were very old. They had been the palace masters of the 3 palaces for many years and had seen countless geniuses. They had long become numb to some geniuses. Even an incredible genius like Jian Wushuang only caught their attention a little, and they did not take it to heart. The path to the peak cannot be taken just like that. However, this little fellow named Heavenly Sword Marquis is indeed special. Not only is his talent incredible, but he actually won the favor of that person, the palace master in the center suddenly said. At the mention of that person, the other 2 palace masters' expressions also became strange. The 3 of them were not very interested in Jian Wushuang before. Even if Jian Wushuang's talent was incredible, they would not care too much about it, nor would they directly give him a spot to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. The reason was because of that guy. I don't know what kind of luck this little guy has to make that guy care so much about him. He even asked us to give him a spot to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. We gave him a spot by force under the condition that many people were dissatisfied with him. Is it because of his talent that that guy paid special attention to him? It can't be that serious, right? Palace Master Shuiyun said in a strange tone. Even the 3 of them did not care much about geniuses, let alone that person. Who knows? In any case, since that person has already given the order, then the 3 of us just have to do as he says. The palace master at the center said helplessly, All right, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about another matter. Not long ago, I received news that the number 1 genius of the Dao Palace, Xiong Tao, was assassinated, and the person who made the move was the Grand Master of the Sorcerer God sect, the Longxing. The palace master on the right suddenly said, Sorcerer God sect? Humph. Looks like this Sorcerer God sect has completely become the lackey of the 3 great holy regions. I wonder what that old sorcerer god is thinking. Palace Master Shuyin's voice was ice cold, and there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. I don't know what that old sorcerer god is thinking, but the 3 great holy regions, the 3 great saint realm masters, took advantage of the temporal temple master and the heavenly ancestor to go to the cosmic battlefield. Now, they are acting more and more unscrupulously. Aren't they just relying on the existence of the heavenly Tao behind them? What the heck? The palace master in the middle cursed in a low voice. Will of the heavenly Tao. Humph. Sooner or later, my heaven-cleaving alliance will go against the heavenly Tao and kill this heavenly Tao. Chapter 3103. Easy mission after leaving the heaven-cleaving star. Jian Wushuang returned to the first heaven, but his mood was quite heavy. The Supreme Emotion Valley is extremely powerful. If I want to take Shuang air away, I need to have the strength of the 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, but am still far from that level. My strength is still too weak after all. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands tightly. It took him a long time to calm down. The trip to the heaven-cleaving mystic realm not only allowed me to obtain the secret skill 6 paths of reincarnation, but also increased my strength greatly. I've reached the level of a rank 3 true saint and made so many breakthroughs in my realm. Then my strength should be in a leap period now, Jian Wushuang muttered. Previously, he was only a first-level true saint. But whether it was his comprehension of the principles, understanding of the Tao, or even in the absolute arts, he was far beyond his realm. Because he was far beyond his realm, it caused his improvement speed to become slower and slower. For example, when the water in the water bottle was full, it was naturally impossible to continue filling it. However, it would be completely different if he replaced it with a big water bottle. Once Jian Wushuang broke through his realm and broke through two realms at the same time, his comprehension of the principles and Tao would naturally have a lot of room for improvement. Moreover, he had just broken through, so the improvement was usually very fast. That was why it was called the leap period. Now I can find a place to concentrate on improving my strength. It would be best if I have some proper training. Jian Wushuang smiled, and suddenly his expression changed. It's been a long time since I've completed a mission of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Let's go and take a look. Jian Wushuang immediately set off. The secret lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was located in every corner of the divine beginning world. Naturally, there were many in the first heaven. Jian Wushuang easily found one of the secret lairs. In the secret lairs, Jian Wushuang sat alone at the table with a list of heaven-level missions in his hand. There were countless heaven-level tasks on the list. It's no wonder that there are so many heaven-level tasks in the first heaven. Jian Wushuang sighed and began to read carefully. One heaven-level task after another passed through Jian Wushuang's eyes. These heaven-level tasks varied in difficulty from 1 star to 3 stars, so the rewards were naturally different. Jian Wushuang carefully searched for nearly an hour on this list of missions and finally found a mission that was more suitable for him. This mission was a heaven-level 2-star mission. Under normal circumstances, only a true saint above rank 4 could complete a heaven-level 2-star mission alone. However, the heaven-level 2-star mission that Jian Wushuang chose did not specify the number of people. In other words, whether it was 1 person or 10 people, they could complete the mission. As for the content of the mission, it was to go to a country and serve as a guard for 100 years. A guard mission? Jian Wushuang looked at the mission content with interest. From the information given by the mission, it was said to be a guard mission, but in fact it was just a helper hired by others. In addition, it did not need to do anything on a daily basis, as long as it was at a critical time. In addition, the mission did not require him to run around. When he had nothing to do, Jian Wushuang could cultivate on his own and no one would care about him. In other words, the mission was more comfortable and free. As for the reward, it was not low, but Jian Wushuang did not care about the reward. Let's do this mission. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. He immediately accepted the mission and went directly to that country. The true martial kingdom was the most ordinary country among the countless countries in the first heaven. This country was an independent country. In other words, there were no sects or forces behind it. The founder of the true martial kingdom was a powerful rank 6 true saint who had a large number of experts under his command. His overall strength was extraordinary. With a rank 6 true saint overseeing this country for many years, the true martial kingdom had lived in peace. However, 300 years ago, the king of the true martial kingdom had gone out once. After that, there had been no more news. In other words, this king of the true martial kingdom had gone missing, and in a place like the divine beginning world, which was filled with killing, he had gone missing without any reason. It was very likely that he had fallen. Thus, when there was a disturbance in the Jianwu country, it was inevitable that a new king would be needed to clean up this mess. However, the high-level experts in the true martial kingdom had different opinions on the choice of the new king. Gradually, 2 major factions formed. One was the 3rd prince's faction, and the other was the 6th prince's faction. The 2 factions had been fighting for years, so the king's position had not been decided. It was a huge and magnificent mansion, which was where the 6th prince of the true martial kingdom lived. Is this the place? Jian Wushuang stood in the void and looked down at the mansion. He was wearing a gray robe, but he did not wear a gray mask. However, He deliberately disguised his appearance. Without hesitation, he appeared in front of the huge mansion. Halt! As soon as Jian Wushuang appeared at the gate of the mansion, a loud shout was heard, and then dozens of figures surrounded him. All of them were experts above the true saint realm and were staring at Jian Wushuang. My name is Heavenly Sword Marquis. I'm from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. I came here because I received a heaven-grade mission from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jian Wushuang explained his purpose of coming and also revealed his divine power aura. Someone from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The guards looked at Jian Wushuang deeply, and one of them said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go and report it immediately." After a while, a red-robed elder walked out. "I'm Yuan Chong, one of the servants of the sixth prince. Since you're from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, please show me your identity token," the red-robed elder said. Jian Wushuang took a look at the red-robed elder. Although the latter's aura was very gentle, Jian Wushuang could tell at a glance that he was a true saint expert who had reached the peak of rank 4. "This is my identity token." Jian Wushuang handed his identity token to the red-robed elder, Yuan Chong. Yuan Chong took it, glanced at it, and nodded slightly. "Sir, please come in." Under the guidance of Yuan Chong, Jian Wushuang entered the huge mansion. As soon as he stepped into the mansion, Jian Wushuang immediately sensed that there were a lot of experts' auras hidden in the mansion. There are so many experts. There seem to be dozens of them who are rank 3 true saints and above. There are even rank 4 true saints and rank 5 true saints in this mansion. Jian Wushuang revealed a surprised look. Chapter 3104. Prince Ching __. Did you sense the aura of the experts in this mansion? Yuan Chong looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. The sixth prince and the third prince have been fighting for a long time, and I'm afraid that the result will be decided soon. To put it bluntly, it's a competition of fists. The third prince is very skillful and has gathered a large number of experts under his command. The sixth prince had no choice but to spend a great representative to invite many experts to help him, Yuan Chong said. All the experts in the mansion were invited by the sixth prince from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jian Wushuang asked, puzzled. Nearly half of them were invited from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, some from other places. But some are loyal to the sixth prince, such as the Purple Blood Camp, the most elite force under the sixth prince, and me, Yuan Chong added. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had so many experts under his command, but the sixth prince had paid a great price to invite so many experts to help him. It seemed that the battle between him and the third prince was indeed very fierce. Soon, Yuan Chong brought Jian Wushuang to a separate courtyard. Your Excellency, since you accepted the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's heaven-level task, you should know what to do. I don't need to say more. This is my message token. If you have nothing to do, I hope you can stay in the mansion. As for what to do in the mansion, you can do as you please. But once I send a message to you, I hope you can immediately appear in front of me. Yuan Chong handed a message token to Jian Wushuang. Got it. Jian Wushuang nodded. Yuan Chong soon left. After Yuan Chong left, Jian Wushuang waved his hand and set up a layer of restriction around the courtyard where he lived. This layer of restriction was to prevent him from being disturbed while he was meditating and cultivating. After that, he began to cultivate quietly in the courtyard. His strength was now in a leap period. Even if he cultivated quietly, the speed of improvement was astonishing, especially in sword principle and swordsmanship. His peerless sword manual and 7 sword moves had all reached the peak of level 4, but his comprehension of space-time principles and swordsmanship was comparable to that of a rank 5 true saint. Naturally, he could think of a way to upgrade all 7 sword moves to the level of a rank 5 absolute art. Time passed. 6 years passed in a row. During these 6 years, the mansion was very quiet and nothing happened. Most of the experts invited back by the sixth prince were still abiding by the rules in the mansion, and no one messed around. Until this day. Buzz. A message token in Jian Wushuang's interspatial ring vibrated. It was from Yuan Chong. Finally, something happened. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, stood up and rushed to the drill ground in the center of the mansion. On the drill ground, Jian Wushuang found that not only him, but all the experts invited by the sixth prince had arrived. There were nearly 100 people at a glance. Among the nearly 100 people, the lowest realm was a true saint at the peak of rank 2, and there were only 2 of them. Most of them were between rank 3 and rank 4 true saints. As for rank 5 true saints, there was only one who was present. This was easy to understand. Reaching rank 5 was considered a high-level true saint. If one reached rank 6, he could even be called a top true saint. In the true martial kingdom, even the strongest founder only had the cultivation of a rank 6 true saint. There were only a few rank 5 true saints in the entire true martial kingdom. Although the sixth prince offered a lot of rewards and costs, the rewards he offered were hard to tempt some rank 5 true saints and above. It was already his luck to have a rank 5 true saint invited by him. So many people are gathered here. These 10 people are enough to escort me, Prince Qing insisted. Chapter 3105 Holy Feather Sect _ Yuan Chong. Sixth Prince frowned and glanced at Yuan Chong. Follow Qing. If anything happens to Qing, you don't have to come back. Yes, Your Highness. Yuan Chong nodded respectfully. Let's go, Qing said. Everyone, let's go. Yuan Chong looked at Jian Wushuang and the others. Soon, Prince Qing, Yuan Chong, and the 10 rank 3 true saints, including Jian Wushuang, left the mansion and headed toward the distant void. On the way, Yuan Chong and Prince Qing exchanged messages. Prince Qing, you can choose some stronger people to escort you, such as the 10 rank 4 true saints or the 6th prince's purple blood camp, Yuan Chong said. No. Prince Qing shook his head. Sixth brother is at a critical moment right now, and he needs more experts to protect him. The Purple Blood Battalion is his strongest force, and I cannot use this force. As for the other experts, I don't need them either. If it weren't for sixth brother forcing me, I wouldn't even bring these 10 third rank true saints with me. After all, if I leave more experts behind for him, his situation will be better. But this way, your situation will be very dangerous. Yuan Chong frowned. Don't worry, it won't happen. Royal Highness Qing said indifferently, we are going to the Holy Feather Sect. It's not far from the Zhanwu country. Moreover, there are no particularly dangerous areas on the way. As long as our luck is not too bad, we won't encounter any danger. Under normal circumstances, there won't be any danger. But what about the third prince? Yuan Chong said, if the third prince knows that you are going to the Holy Feather Sect, he will definitely send powerful warriors here immediately. Hearing these words, Prince Qing's face also sank. Indeed, on the way to the Holy Feather Sect this time, she did not need to experience any dangerous places. However, the biggest threat to her was still that third prince. No matter what, I am still his biological sister. He would not attack me. Moreover, even if he knew that he wanted to attack me, he would have to find me. There are so many ways to go from the Zhanwu country to the Holy Feather Sect. How could he find me so easily? Prince Qing said. Yuan Chong nodded slightly, but his heart was still heavy. The 10 rank 3 true saints behind them, including Jian Wushuang, still did not know where they were going. But since they had followed Prince Qing, they would follow him wherever he went. The group of people moved at a very fast speed in the void. The true martial kingdom was also in a huge mansion. This mansion was the residence of the third prince. In the magnificent palace, a cold-looking man wearing a luxurious golden robe was sitting on the throne. Below him, there were dozens of experts standing respectfully. Among these dozens of experts, most of them were rank 4 true saints. There were even 3 rank 5 true saints. In terms of strength, the third prince's strength was clearly much stronger than the sixth prince's. Qing left sixth. The third prince tapped the armchair with his finger, and his calm voice echoed throughout the palace. Yes, she left 2 days ago. She only had Yuan Chong, a peak 4th rank true saint, and 10 3rd rank true saints with her, a black-robed elder said respectfully. She only brought so few people. The third prince raised his eyebrows. Do you know where she is going? I don't know. However, according to the direction she is going, she should be heading out of the country. The old man dressed in black said. The third prince waved his hand, and a huge star map appeared in the center of the palace. This is the territory near my true martial kingdom. Tell me, where is Qing now? The third prince said, Your Highness, she is here. The black-clothed old man pointed to a direction in the star map. When he saw the location pointed by the black-clothed old man, the third prince's pupils shrank. Then, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ha ha, my little sister is really good to sixth brother. We are both from the same father. If she treats me like this, how good would that be? Your Highness, do you know where Your Highness Qing is going? The old man in black looked over. From the direction she is going, she should be heading to the Holy Feather sect. Not long ago, I received news that an elder of the Holy Feather sect, who had reached the peak of stage 6, had taken a liking to her when he passed by the Zhanwu country. He even wanted to take her as his personal disciple. Now, she is going to the Holy Feather sect. As long as she passes the elder's test, she will be able to become his disciple. At that time, with this relationship, Qing can ask the Holy Feather sect to step in and support sixth brother's ascension. The third prince said, Will the Holy Feather sect make a move? The old man in black frowned. Ordinary disciples won't be weak, but a personal disciple of a peak level 6 elder will have a certain amount of power. Moreover, if it really doesn't work, then as long as sixth brother compromises a little and agrees to let the Zhanwu country become the king under the Holy Feather sect, then the Holy Feather sect will naturally make a move. The third prince laughed. If that's the case, Your Highness, we must act quickly. The black-clothed old man said anxiously, Yes, we must act, but there is no need to be too anxious. After all, it will take at least 1 or 2 months to arrive at the Holy Feather sect from sixth brother. Such a long time is enough for us to prepare. Godfor, I will leave this matter to you. When you see Qing, tell her that as her elder brother, I can give her a chance. As long as she comes back with you and stays by my side obediently from now on, I will naturally not make things difficult for her. When I become the king, she will still be the only princess in the Zhanwu kingdom. The third prince said, But what if Prince Qing doesn't agree? The black-clothed elder asked, If he doesn't agree, then I can only pretend that I don't have a sister, the third prince said coldly. Understood. The black-clothed elder glanced at the third prince, then bowed and left. In the vast void, Jian Wushuang and his group were flying rapidly. It had been more than a month since they left the sixth prince's mansion, and they had already left the territory of the true martial kingdom. They did not encounter any danger or trouble along the way. According to our speed, we will arrive at the Holy Feather sect in 10 days at most. Prince Qing's expression was cold, but there was a trace of expectation in his heart. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang, who was in the crowd, suddenly raised his head. He could sense that there were dozens of powerful auras rapidly approaching from the void in front of him. In just a moment, the dozens of experts had appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and the others. Your Highness Qing, I have been waiting here for you for a long time. A hearty laughter suddenly echoed in the world. Chapter 3106. Interception. Your Highness Qing, I have been waiting for you for a long time. When the hearty laughter echoed in the air, the expressions of Qing and Yuan Chong immediately changed. Yuan Chong immediately saw the person who was laughing. Holy Four? Oh no, it's the third prince's men. Yuan Chong was shocked, and everyone immediately stopped. Whoosh! 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 The figures were so fast that they appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and the others in the blink of an eye. At first glance, there were nearly 30 experts who had just arrived, and the lowest among them was a rank 3 true saint. However, there were only a few of them, and most of them were rank 4 true saints. The aura emanating from the black-clothed old man in the lead far surpassed that of a 4th rank true saint. This black-clothed old man was a genuine 5th rank true saint. Such a lineup was far stronger than the one on Prince Qing's side. They were on 2 completely different levels. How did you know to wait for us here? Prince Qing's voice was cold. How did you know? Of course, someone told us. The black-robed old man, Shin Si, smiled coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple-haired man who was originally behind Prince Qing instantly transformed into a purple ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Shin Si. My lord. The purple-haired man bowed respectfully to Shin Si. And you did well. Shin Si merely nodded indifferently. Upon seeing this scene, Prince Qing immediately reacted. Spy. Haha. Prince Qing, although in terms of cultivation talent, be it you or the 6th prince, both of them are very impressive. But in terms of methods of doing things, you and the 6th prince are still a little too immature. Shin Si laughed loudly. Previously, the 6th prince was so ostentatiously inviting experts from all over the place. How could the 3rd prince not know about such a huge commotion? Even though the 3rd prince didn't stop him, it's still possible for him to secretly send a few experts under the 6th prince's command. And among the 10 experts you've chosen this time, we happen to be one of them. God, for only spoke half of his words. Actually, the 3rd prince had sent quite a number of spies under the 6th prince's command. There were at least more than 10 of them, including 3rd and 4th level true saints. It was because he had sent out so many spies that even if Prince Qing had chosen 10 people at random, one of them would still be one of them. So that's how it is. Prince Qing and Yuan Chong's expressions were extremely unsightly. 4th God, it's one thing for you to have spies under his command, but now that you're blocking his path, what are you trying to do? Yuan Chong shouted coldly. What are we trying to do? Don't you know? 4th God snickered. Your Highness Qing, the 3rd prince has already guessed your intention. Isn't it to go to the Holy Feather Sect and become the subordinate of that peak 6th level true Saint Elder, and then use the power of the Holy Feather Sect to help the 6th prince ascend to the throne? Do you think the 3rd prince will let you have your way? Inwardly, Prince Qing was stunned. She did not expect that the 3rd prince had even guessed her intention. Your Highness Qing, we have also brought with us the words of the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince has said that if you come back with me now, you will stay by his side from now on. That prince will not make things difficult for you because of the blood connection. In the future, when he ascends to the throne, you will still be able to become the princess of the Zhan Wu country. Your position will only be second to him. However, if you are still stubborn and stand together with the 6th prince to oppose him, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Shin Si said in a low voice, He connected by blood? From the moment he was born, he had been planning and preparing. When Father was around, he had also been suppressing us. Now that Father had gone missing, he could not wait to eliminate the people who threatened his status. Now he still had the face to say that they were connected by blood? If he said it out loud, it would be a joke. Prince Qing shouted, It seems that Prince Qing is not going to change his mind. Shin Si's voice became low and his eyes turned cold. Prince Qing stopped talking, but he had already made up his mind. Yuan Chong looked at Jian Wushuang and the others behind him. Everyone, Sixth Prince paid a great price to invite you here. Now it's time for you to fulfill your duty, Yuan Chong said in a low voice. Hearing this, the 8 people next to Jian Wushuang looked at each other with strange expressions. Mr. Yuan Chong, one of the rank 3 true saints suddenly said, I was indeed invited by the 6th Prince. The reward promised by the 6th Prince is indeed a lot, but although I can be his guard for 100 years, it's not worth my life, not to mention the current situation. So I'm sorry. As soon as this rank 3 true saint finished speaking, his body immediately transformed into a streak of light and shot out into the air. With someone taking the lead, the others immediately followed suit. Your Highness Qing, Mr. Yuan Chong, I'm sorry. The 2 of you should just pray for yourselves. Although I agreed to be your escort, I've never agreed to risk my life for you, much less die. Voices rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, 8 of the 9 cultivators behind Prince Qing had left. Seeing these 8 people leave, and the others did not stop them, they knew that these people who left were not truly loyal to 6th Prince, so there was naturally no need to kill them. When Yuan Chong saw this, he was so angry that he trembled. Damn it, damn it! Princess Qing's face became colder and colder. Princess Qing's expression suddenly changed. She found that although 8 of the 9 rank 3 true saints had left, one of them had chosen to stay. This person was Jian Wushuang. Why don't you leave? Princess Qing asked in a deep voice. I don't like to go back on my words. Since I promised to be your guard for 100 years, I will do my best to protect you, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Hearing this, Prince Qing was stunned and then nodded slightly. Prince Qing, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let anything happen to you. Yuan Chong's eyes were extremely scarlet. He took a deep look at Prince Qing and then stepped forward. Godfor, I want to talk to you about a condition. Yuan Chong's voice echoed. Talk about a condition? Godfor sneered. At this point, what condition can you talk to me about? Moreover, even if you want to talk about a condition, Prince Qing will be the one to do it. Who do you think you are? Humph, you can't refuse to negotiate because, Yuan Chong said as he approached Shinsi. However, Yuan Chong suddenly waved his hand, and 2 red streams of light were thrown out from his hand. Chapter 3107, Proper Training Xiao. Xiao. 2 scarlet rays of light were instantly thrown in front of the 4 god and the rest, and then boom, boom, following 2 earth-shaking booms. These 2 scarlet rays of light directly exploded, and a terrifying might suddenly erupt. These 2 scarlet rays of light were actually 2 refined divine lightning of destruction. When either of them exploded, it was comparable to a rank 4 true saint's self-detonation. When the 2 claps of thunder exploded together, the power of the explosion was extremely terrifying. It naturally had a certain impact on 4 god and the others. Your Highness, let's go. Yuan Chong threw out the 2 destructive divine claps of thunder and immediately turned to flee. Prince Qing's reaction was not slow, so he fled immediately. This Yuan Chong is quite smart. Jian Wushuang followed behind Yuan Chong and Prince Qing. You want to escape? You're dreaming. A roar suddenly echoed in the void. Many figures struggled out of the mighty divine storm. They were the experts under the 3rd prince. The 2 destructive divine claps of thunder would only hinder them at most, but it was not realistic to harm them. Now that they had escaped from the divine power storm, they immediately began to chase after them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of rushing wind was heard, and the figures were extremely fast. While they were fleeing, whether it was Prince Qing, Yuan Chong, or Jian Wushuang, they all found that the distance between them was getting closer and closer. In fact, with Jian Wushuang's speed, he could leave as he pleased. The 4th level of the divine realm could not catch up with him at all. Yuan Chong was a true saint at the peak of the 4th level. If he tried to run with all his might, It would not be easy for those people to catch up with him later. The reason why the distance between them was getting closer and closer was that Princess Qing was too slow. Although Princess Qing had some talent, she was only a rank 1 true saint and was not very good at speed. Naturally, she could not compare with the rank 3 true saint experts behind her. Princess Qing, I'll carry you, Yuan Chong suggested. It's useless. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Mr. Yuan Chong, although you're fast, he should be good at speed. He just hasn't used his strength yet. Once he explodes his strength, Mr. Yuan Chong, you won't be able to escape with Prince Qing. Yuan Chong's face darkened. He had worked with Shen Si, so he knew that Shen Si was very fast, but he was not willing to give up. At this point, there is only one way for Prince Qing to leave. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, but his body suddenly stopped in the void. Mr. Yuan Chong, you take Prince Qing and leave. As for the people behind you, I will think of a way to stall them for a while. Yuan Chong and Prince Qing were both stunned. Behind them were a rank 5 true saint, a dozen rank 4 true saints, and many third-rank experts. There were so many experts, and Jian Wushuang was obviously only a rank 3 true saint. Was it possible for him to hold them off for a while? Was it possible? Although he knew it was impossible, Yuan Chong still nodded and said, "Please." "Thank you." Prince Qing also gave Jian Wushuang a deep look. Yuan Chong carried Prince Qing on his back and continued to run forward without stopping. Jian Wushuang had already turned around and looked at Four God and the others. A subtle smile appeared on his lips. On the surface, he stayed to help Prince Qing and Yuan Chong escape. But in fact, he stayed for himself. After coming out of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, he knew that his strength was at its peak. At this time, he needed to cultivate in peace. The outside world must temper him. Previously, he stayed in the mansion of the 6th prince to cultivate in seclusion. He already had peace. But now, the 30 experts in front of him were at least at the level of a rank 3 true saint. It was a suitable training for Jian Wushuang. After cultivating in seclusion for 6 years, my swordsmanship has improved a lot. Today, I can use these people to test my swordsmanship, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. He stood alone in front of nearly 30 experts like Shen Si, who sensed that Jian Wushuang only had the aura of a rank 3 true saint and did not think much of him. Leaving a rank 3 true saint here as cannon fodder? Do you want him to stop us? What a joke! Shen Si smiled coldly. You two stay here and kill him. The rest of you continue to chase after him. Shen Si gave the order, and his speed slowly began to increase. Most of the experts ignored Jian Wushuang and directly passed by him, including Shen Si. Only 2 of the stronger rank 3 true saints came to kill Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang watched Shen Si and the others pass by him, but he did not show any intention of stopping them. Boy, die. A low voice suddenly came from the front. The 2 rank 3 true saints had already attacked Jian Wushuang. Seeing that their magic weapons were already in front of him, Jian Wushuang moved. Buzz! A silver light suddenly flashed like a ghost. The 2 men's attacks passed through Jian Wushuang's divine body, but they missed. Whoosh! A sword shadow suddenly lit up. It was a cold and beautiful sword shadow that felt like a dream. The sword light was dull, but it was incredibly fast. It was too fast. It was too fast. At least for the 2 rank 3 true saints, it was faster than they could imagine. Chi! Chi! The sword shadow first swept past the neck of a rank 3 true saint, and the protective armor that this rank 3 true saint was wearing was torn apart by the sword shadow like a piece of paper. The sword shadow passed through the neck and slashed toward the 2nd rank 3 true saint. The same scene appeared again. In just one exchange, the heads of the 2 rank 3 true saints were thrown away. The venom of the evil god on Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword instantly invaded the divine bodies of the 2 rank 3 true saints. The 2 rank 3 true saints did not even have time to scream before they died. On the other side, Godfor and the others were still chasing after Prince Qing and Yuan Chong. Godfor rushed at the front, but suddenly, boom! A vast and majestic aura suddenly burst out in the void. And then they found that a huge barrier had appeared in the void in front of them. Not only in front of them, but also in the surrounding void. The same barrier also appeared in the surrounding void. The barrier was like a huge iron box, locking everyone in the center. The ruler's seal rules over space and time. In this space and time, I am the ruler. Jian Wushuang stood where he was and murmured softly. Chapter 3108. Silver Demon, is this a magic array? For God looked at the barrier in front of him and could not help but fly into a rage. He also tried to break the barrier, but his attack hit the barrier in front of him and did not shake it at all. They were going to chase after Prince Qing and Yuan Chong, but now they were blocked by this barrier. Who is it? Who cast the formation? Shin-Si looked around in shock and anger. Soon he saw Jian Wushuang behind him. Shin-Si looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. He had sent 2 powerful rank 3 true saints to kill Jian Wushuang. But in the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang was unharmed, but the 2 rank 3 true saints were gone. It was obvious that they had been killed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Led by Shin-Si, the group returned to Jian Wushuang again. Boy, did you use the magic array around you? Shin-Si asked coldly. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. This magic array is very strong. You can't break it with your strength alone. If you want to kill Prince Qing and Mr. Yuan Chong, you have to kill me first. Jian Wushuang's voice was very calm. He was facing nearly 30 experts, including a rank 5 true saint and more than 10 rank 4 true saints. But his expression did not change at all. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. For God shouted, and his right hand, which was wearing a black glove, suddenly struck out. It seemed to be a casual strike, but it completely exploded his rank 5 true saint's divine power. This palm was filled with the vast principle's master, and the moment it struck out, a mournful sound echoed in the sky. A large amount of divine power gathered crazily, forming a huge black demonic lion. The black demonic lion was extremely violent. After it formed, it pounced directly at Jian Wushuang. If a rank 5 true saint attacked with all his strength, it should be able to destroy the divine body of an ordinary rank 3 true saint in one move. This was the intention of the palm strike from 4 God. However, when he saw the black demonic lion approaching, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but there was a sharp glint in his eyes. Jian Wushuang moved. He waved his hand. Whoosh! A swift and fierce sword light smashed out like a blood-red thunderbolt that suddenly fell from a clear sky. It was the peerless sword technique, Shixiang. The sword light was swift and fierce, and the ruthless aura was overwhelming. When it came into contact with the black demonic lion, it was accompanied by Jian Wushuang's equally powerful divine power. The terrifying power caused the black demonic lion to tremble crazily. Then, the sword light cut through the center of the black demonic lion. Whoosh! A large amount of divine power spread out in all directions. Jian Wushuang had already passed through the black demonic lion and continued to rush toward Shin-Si. How is this possible? Shin-Si was shocked. Not only him, but the rank 3 and rank 4 true saints behind him were also shocked. A rank 3 true saint actually defeated the attack of a rank 5 true saint? Shin-Si's strength is only that of a rank 5 true saint. It's meaningless to fight him alone. So, you should all attack together. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. When he appeared in front of Shin-Si and the others, he struck again. Whoosh! The sword swept across, and a scarlet sword shadow burst out. The sword shadow was like the setting sun shining with red light. However, the setting sun was obviously incomplete. Wushuang Sword Manual, Kanyang. Buzz. The sword shadow swept across the void in front of him, instantly creating a large area of space ripples, which were all red in color. Scram! Death roared furiously, his right hand forming a fist as he smashed out fiercely. An explosive force smashed onto the scarlet sword shadow. When the two collided, for God's body trembled slightly and he took 2 steps back. Meanwhile, the scarlet sword shadow was also smashed apart. However, after the sword shadow exploded, a sudden rumble, an endless killing force swept out. An enormous space-time storm instantly took shape, is actually in front of a lot of strong people are covered in. Look out. Space-time storm? No, space-time annihilation. My God, swordsmanship contains the annihilation of time and space, and it is so extensive. Exclamations of surprise rang out from the mouths of those rank 3 and rank 4 true saints, whose expressions were quite wonderful. Space-time annihilation was a move that could completely annihilate all matter in space-time, including divine power. The move that Jian Wushuang was using now was a perfect combination of swordsmanship and space-time annihilation. While the power of his swordsmanship was greatly enhanced, the power and range of space-time annihilation were also greatly enhanced. Moreover, such a large area of space-time annihilation covered all of them, instantly causing chaos in the void. Under such chaos, Jian Wushuang made his move. Whoosh! 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 One after another, strange silver light jumped and shuttled in the space-time storm. The silver light changed so fast that it made people feel as if they were surrounded by silver light. Buzz! The sword light shot out soundlessly. It was the first move of the peerless sword manual, Star Dream. The cold sword light directly cut into the waist of a rank 4 true saint. The terrifying tearing force instantly tore through the armor of the rank 4 true saint and passed through his divine body. The rank 4 true saint had only used 2 drops of the god-killing poison, but he had already died. After killing the rank 4 true saint, Jian Wushuang's figure flashed again, but he appeared behind a rank 3 true saint. Qi. The rank 3 true saint's head was thrown away by the same sword attack. Jian Wushuang disappeared again. Qi. 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 The sound of swords entering one's body was not noticeable in the howling space-time storm. However, every time the sound was heard, a true saint expert would be killed on the spot. In less than a breath's time, 8 experts had died at Jian Wushuang's hands. The remaining experts finally found the silver demon, who was shaking and killing in the space-time storm. My God! Be careful behind you, ah no. He's too fast, we don't know where he is. The remaining experts all panicked. They thought that Jian Wushuang was only a rank 3 true saint, so they did not need to take him seriously. They did not expect that this rank 3 true saint was actually a demon. Yes, a demon. His speed was too fast, incredibly fast. Like Shenxi, he was a genuine rank 5 true saint who was also good at speed, but his speed was far inferior to Jian Wushuang's. Chapter 3109. They were all killed. How could he be so fast? For God was also shocked. He did not know that Jian Wushuang was indeed a rank 3 true saint. However, his divine power was definitely at the level of a rank 5 true saint. He had comprehended the space-time principles and had reached the 3rd stage. He even had some attainments in it. His comprehension of the space-time principles was very strong among many rank 5 true saints. The most terrifying part of the space-time principles was his speed. Of course, he was fast. In addition, not only was he fast, but the most important thing was that his silver light movement technique was extremely strange. The perfect combination of speed and movement technique made his body look like a ghost. Of course, he was much faster than 4 God. With his terrifying speed, the Star Dream first move, and the god-killing poison, it was too easy for Jian Wushuang to kill these rank 3 and rank 4 true saints. Chi, chi, chi. The sword shadow mercilessly swept past the 3 experts in an instant, and they died immediately. The remaining experts were completely terrified by this scene. Run! Run! With such a fast speed, we are like a target for him. Let's split up and run. A series of terrifying voices rang out. The remaining 10 experts frantically rushed toward the surrounding area. Run! Jian Wushuang gave a strange smile. He did not make any movements, but he only moved with his mind. Buzz! The huge barrier, which was not far away, suddenly closed in front of the fleeing experts. What? How can this be? The magic array has shrunk. The experts were shocked. The ruler's seal ruled over space and time. Jian Wushuang could control the magic array formed by the ruler's seal at will. He could control the formation to cover a large area, or he could control it to a narrow area less than 1 meter in diameter. Previously, he had only used the formation to seal the surrounding space and time to prevent these people from escaping. But now Jian Wushuang had directly reduced the size of the formation, sealing the area where they could move in a very small void. In this narrow void, how could these people still have a chance to escape? As for saying that they should split up, that was even more of a joke. Kill! Jian Wushuang's killing intent was like a rainbow, and the killing in his hands did not stop at all. One after another, cold sword light flashed out and easily swept past the experts. These experts had not been able to organize any effective resistance from the beginning to the end. In just 2 breaths' time, the void had completely calmed down, and the storm formed by the time-space annihilation had also calmed down. Jian Wushuang held the Blood Mountain sword in his hand and stood quietly in the middle of the void. In front of him, for God was still standing there. Except for 4 God, all the other rank 3 and rank 4 true saints had died. At this moment, Shin Si's eyes were cold as he stared at Jian Wushuang with a pale face. After all, the scene just now had happened right under his nose. Jian Wushuang had killed nearly 30 rank 3 and rank 4 true saints in front of him. But he could do nothing about it. He could only watch helplessly. Who are you? Shin Si's voice was trembling, and he was also a little scared. He had no choice. Jian Wushuang's slaughter in such a short time was too terrifying, and it made him scared. My name is Heavenly Sword Marquis, and am from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Jian Wushuang replied. From the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Not the 3 palaces? Shin Si frowned. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Cut the crap. All your men are dead. It's your turn now. Humph, you want to kill me? Shin Si's voice turned cold. I'm different from the crap you killed. As a rank 5 true saint, Shin Si had some confidence. Although Jian Wushuang could easily kill a rank 3 or rank 4 true saint, it did not mean that he could easily kill a rank 5 true saint. You are right. You are indeed different from those rank 3 or rank 4 true saints. That's why I deliberately left you at the end. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, rumble. A large amount of golden divine power began to gather crazily behind him. In just a moment, a 30,000-meter tall golden emperor phantom appeared behind him. The golden emperor phantom was majestic and awe-inspiring. As a rank 5 true saint, you are qualified to receive my sword. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. He clenched the hilt of his sword with both hands and slowly raised the Blood Mountain sword. At the moment the Blood Mountain sword was raised, a strange power began to spread. Shin Si stared at Jian Wushuang with a solemn expression. At this moment, Shin Si suddenly felt a special power crazily pressing down on him. This is space-time pressure. Shin Si stared at Jian Wushuang. This sword attack of his has brought about space-time pressure. The majestic space-time pressure on Shin Sis' body increased the pressure on him. However, at this moment, Walala, raging flames mixed with endless white ice fog and produced endless power of ice and fire. The two natural opposing powers of ice and fire merged perfectly at this moment. The power of ice and fire swept wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered the surrounding void and formed a huge world of ice and fire. The world of ice and fire had Jian Wushuang as its core. With a thought from Jian Wushuang, the world of ice and fire crazily pressed toward Holy Four. The 30,000-meter tall golden emperor phantom also intimidated Four God. At that moment, For God's divine power was completely suppressed. At the same time, the power of Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword had accumulated to the maximum. Cut! With a roar, Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword, which had been raised high, finally cut down. With this cut, the space-time power that was pressing down on For God from all directions suddenly soared. For God had already felt an extraordinary space-time pressure. But at this moment, the space-time pressure suddenly increased by 100 times. The space-time pressure was already strong, but now it was 100 times stronger? What did this mean? The terrifying space-time pressure, together with the divine punishment deterrence and the full suppression of the ice-fire swimming dragon ruler, made For God tremble. It was the same as the fight between Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao. When Jian Wushuang used the Emperor's blood kill, Xiong Tao lost the ability to resist. Now, although Xin Si was a genuine rank 5 true saint, he could not resist the unprecedented pressure. Chapter 3110, Not Dead? Bang! The terrifying sword light brought with it an earth-shattering might as it directly hacked at God 4's divine body. The sovereign blood kill was a sword technique that was combined with the pressure of space and time. Its main power was not as tyrannical as the Star Dream first style. Therefore, this sword did not tear apart the armor on For God's body, but the earth-shattering power contained in the sword technique was transmitted to For God's divine body through the armor, causing his divine body to directly collapse. How is this possible? When the For God's divine body collapsed, he was still howling in his heart. However, because the armor was not torn, the evil god venom that Jian Wushuang smeared on the Blood Mountain sword blade could not really enter the divine body of the Divine Four and erode his divine power. The divine power could completely rely on the immortal body to regenerate the divine body. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang raised his right hand and pointed in the direction of For God. Space-time divine skill, space-time annihilation. Buzz! Buzz! It was also space-time annihilation, but the space-time annihilation was used to the fullest by the space-time annihilation. Its power was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than the space-time annihilation that Jian Wushuang used solely by relying on his comprehension of the space-time principles. The heaven and earth shook, and the void began to roar crazily. The divine power formed after the For God's divine body collapsed was completely covered by the time-space annihilation. The terrifying destructive power burst out, and in a short moment, the For God's divine power was completely annihilated. For God, a rank 5 true saint expert, died on the spot. One finger void annihilation. This move should be the nemesis of the immortal body. Jian Wushuang looked at the space-time in front of him, which had been completely annihilated, and was secretly amazed. In fact, the move void annihilation had a certain restraining effect on the immortal body. After all, void annihilation could annihilate divine power on a large scale. However, the power of ordinary void annihilation was not very strong, and the range was not very large. It was almost impossible to annihilate the divine power of a true saint expert by void annihilation alone. At most, it could annihilate 10% or 20% of the opponent's divine power. However, the space-time annihilation with one finger was different. The space-time annihilation with one finger could increase the power of space-time annihilation by dozens or even hundreds of times. Naturally, it could only annihilate 10% or 20% of the opponent's divine power, but now it could annihilate the opponent's divine power. After killing nearly 30 experts of the third level of the true saint realm, Jian Wushuang's mood did not fluctuate much. He knew that it would not be difficult for him to kill all of them with his current strength under the premise of the space-time seal. He even knew from the beginning that these experts were only enough to loosen his muscles and bones, but they could not force him to use his full strength. Indeed, he had not used his full strength since the beginning of the fight. In fact, he had only revealed a small part of his strength. For me now, an ordinary rank 5 true saint is not a challenge. If it were a peak rank 5 true saint, he might be able to exert some pressure on me. As for a real threat to me, only a rank 6 true saint is qualified, Jian Wushuang said lightly. After restraining his aura, Jian Wushuang put the Blood Mountain sword back into his interspatial ring. After sweeping through the surrounding battlefield, he left immediately. Except for him, no one knew that nearly 30 true saint experts above rank 3 had died here. For God and the other experts who had been slaughtered could not spread the news even before they died. Because they were in the Master Seal, the entire space and time were under Jian Wushuang's control. Without Jian Wushuang's consent, no one could communicate with the outside world. Naturally, no one knew that For God and the others had been killed by him. On a hill far away from where Jian Wushuang and For God were fighting, whoosh! Yuan Chong landed on the top of the hill and then put down Prince Qing on his back. Your Highness, we should be safe now. Yuan Chong exhaled lightly. Yes. Prince Qing nodded slightly. Xin For and the others had not been behind them for a long time. After that, they had fled for a long time. Unless they had some special marks on them, it was impossible for God and the others to catch up with them. We should have saved our lives this time. In addition, we have to thank that little brother of the Heavenly Sword Marquis. If he had not stopped For God and the others for us, it would have been too easy for God to catch up with us with his speed. Yuan Chong sighed softly. Speaking of which, that little brother Heavenly Sword Marquis is quite capable. When he said he would stop Shin Si and the others for us, I thought it was impossible. I didn't expect him to actually stop them. We should thank him. Highness Qing nodded slightly. She brought along a guard this time. One of them was a spy of the other party. When the other 8 people saw Shin Si and the others and sensed that the situation was not good, they immediately chose to flee. No one paid any attention to her. Only the Heavenly Sword Marquis did not escape. Later, when they fled, the Heavenly Sword Marquis also took the initiative to stay behind to help them stop For God and the others. Most importantly, he really stopped For God and the others. It could be said that they owed the Heavenly Sword Marquis a life. I wonder if he can survive from the hands of For God and the others, Princess Qing said. Well, Yuan Chong frowned and secretly shook his head. In his opinion, it was already amazing that Jian Wushuang could stop Shin Si and the others for a while. It was impossible for Jian Wushuang to survive the attacks of nearly 30 experts like Shin Si. He could imagine that the furious Shin Si and the others would definitely tear Jian Wushuang into pieces. Of course, he would not tell this to His Highness Qing. But at this moment, Yuan Chong's expression suddenly changed. He had already noticed that there was a message token vibrating in his interspatial ring. Is it your 6th prince who is sending me a message at this time? Yuan Chong thought it was his 6th prince who was sending him a message. After all, he had already reported the attack on His Highness Qing to his 6th prince on the way. Yuan Chong immediately flipped his hand and took out the token. However, when he took out the jade token and saw the message from the token, Yuan Chong was stunned. What's wrong? Prince Qing, who was beside him, noticed Yuan Chong's loss of composure and immediately looked over. Yes, it's the little brother of Heavenly Sword Marquis who sent the message. Yuan Chong said in astonishment. What? Prince Qing was stunned, but then he was overjoyed. He's still alive. The message token can only make one person recognize its owner. Now that he used the message token I gave him to send a message, he's definitely not dead, Yuan Chong said. Chapter 3111. Holy Feather Sect __ He actually survived? Yuan Chong exclaimed in his heart. After all, there were nearly 30 experts above the rank 3 True Saint realm, and there was also Shin Si, a genuine rank 5 True Saint. Facing so many experts alone, under normal circumstances, even a peak rank 4 True Saint could not survive. But now, Jian Wushuang could use the messaging token to send a message to him. Obviously, he was alive and well. Little brother Heavenly Sword Marquis said that he has already lost for God and asked where we are now. He will come and meet us, Yuan Chong said. Tell him the location, Prince Qing said. Yuan Chong nodded and immediately sent a message back. Then, Prince Qing and Yuan Chong quietly waited here. Not long after they waited, a figure came from afar and soon appeared in front of them. This figure was Jian Wushuang. Prince Qing, Mr. Yuan Chong, Jian Wushuang greeted them. Yes. Prince Qing nodded slightly in response. Little brother Heavenly Sword Marquis, you really survived from Shin Si and the others? Yuan Chong looked at Jian Wushuang in amazement. I'm good at speed, and my life-saving skills are not bad. In addition, I was lucky enough to escape from them, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. But how did you stall them before? Yuan Chong could not help asking. Being good at speed and having strong life-saving skills, it was quite acceptable to be able to survive from Shin Si and the others. However, Jian Wushuang did not simply run for his life before. He first stopped Shin Si and the others by himself before running for his life. It was impossible for an ordinary person to stop nearly 30 experts for a period of time and then escape unscathed. I was able to stop them because I have a special treasure that can seal time and space for a short period of time. Naturally, I can also trap Shin Si and the others for a period of time, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Is that so? Yuan Chong raised his eyebrows. He looked at Jian Wushuang, but he could not tell whether Jian Wushuang was lying or not. Let's not talk about this. Your Highness Qing, the third prince, has sent people to kill you, but I wonder if you plan to go to the Holy Feather Sect next? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, of course. His Highness Qing nodded without hesitation. Sixth brother has been at a disadvantage in the fight with third brother. Recently, his situation has been getting worse and worse. Especially just now when I learned of third brother's secret methods, I became even more determined to go to the Holy Feather Sect. Because only with the support of the Holy Feather Sect can sixth brother have hope of defeating third brother. Jian Wushuang took a deep look at his Highness Qing and nodded slightly. In that case, let's not delay. Let's continue. Then it'll have to trouble you on the way. Yuan Chong had become very polite to Jian Wushuang. The three of them immediately went back to the Holy Feather Sect. In the magnificent palace, a cold-looking man in a luxurious golden robe, the third prince, was sitting on the throne. For God and the others have all gone missing? The third prince's expression was obviously not good. Yes, apart from For God, I have also sent messages to ask about the experts he brought with him. But until now, there has been no reply. I think that they are either in a special space-time and have completely blocked the communication with the outside world, or they are all dead, a purple-robed, middle-aged man said respectfully. The information we received before was very accurate. Qing did indeed only bring Yuan Chong and the 10-rank 3 true saints as personal guards, and sixth brothers, people have been under our surveillance the whole time. They didn't make any movements before. When they knew Qing was attacked, sixth brother's people immediately moved. This can eliminate the possibility that sixth brother deliberately set this trap. In that case, what happened to For God and the others? The third prince tapped his fingers on the armchair and pondered. After a long while, he raised his head again and said, Go! Send someone to the place where 4 God and the others ambushed. We must find out what happened, no matter what. Yes. The purple-robed, middle-aged man nodded respectfully and quickly left. Jian Wushuang, Prince Qing, and Yuan Chong continued on their way to the Holy Feather Sect. They did not encounter any trouble along the way. A few days later, the 3 of them arrived in front of the Holy Feather Sect. Your Highness, that's the Holy Feather Sect. Yuan Chong pointed to an ancient sect in front of them. Yes. Prince Qing nodded with a hint of joy in his eyes. Although the Holy Feather Sect was not one of the 3 pavilions, 9 courtyards, or the 12 divine sects, it was still a famous sect in the first heaven. It also had a certain level of heritage. The sect in front of him was rather magnanimous at a glance. Let's go down. Prince Qing immediately rushed down the mountain gate. Just as he landed in front of the mountain gate, the dozen or so Holy Feather Sect disciples guarding it immediately surrounded him. Who are you? One of the white-robed disciples asked. My name is Mu Qing. I am from the Zhen Wu Kingdom. I am here to pay my respects to Elder Qi Chen of your sect, said Prince Qing. Pay my respects to Elder Qi Chen? Do you have Elder Qi Chen's token? Asked the white-robed disciple. Yes. Prince Qing immediately took out a token. Elder Qi Chen gave this to me. He also told me to take this token to the Holy Feather Sect to look for him. The white-robed disciple took the token and looked at it briefly. Then he nodded slightly and said, It is indeed Elder Qi Chen's token. Wait here. I'll inform Elder Xian to take you in. Thank you. Princess Qing thanked him. Not long after, a thin elder with white hair walked out of the Holy Feather Sect and came to Jian Wushuang and the other 2. Who has Elder Qi Chen's token? The thin elder glanced at Jian Wushuang and the other 2. It's me, Prince Qing said. Come in with me, the thin elder said coldly. My lord, these 2 are my guards. Can they come in with me? Prince Qing asked. Yes, but remember, don't run around in the sect. Otherwise, if anything happens in the sect, it won't be good, the thin elder said in a low voice. Of course, we'll pay attention to it. Princess Qing nodded quickly. Immediately, the 3 followed the thin elder into the Holy Feather Sect. An extremely grand sect also contained a lot of experts' auras. Of course, whether in terms of quantity or quality, the experts in the Holy Feather Sect definitely could not compare to the experts in the Young Divine Sect that Jian Wushuang had stayed in before. However, many experts in the Young Divine Sect were hidden in the dark, but Jian Wushuang could not sense them. Your name is Mu Qing? Is she the princess of the Zhen Wu Kingdom? The skinny elder who had been leading the way suddenly turned his head and asked,